Welcome, welcome, welcome. Liberal 12th man here. A little bit of celebration mode yesterday. Still a little bit in celebration mode today. I know some of you are also with me. So big up to each and every one of you Reds out there that are joining me today live or on the replay. Wanted to talk about our beloved Reds today once again. Definitely a good game. I know that a lot of us had this as being somewhat of a write-off game almost in the sense, a lot of us, I heard a lot of different forums saying that they were cool with us losing. Big up, happy, to say the least, Big up to Nigel. I was going to say, basically, it's been a fun ride because, there's some people out there that were really already into the mindset of just tossing this tournament away or just not really putting any real investment in this campaign, in the FA Cup campaign at least. And I've been saying from the very beginning, I'm trying to collect all the Infinity Rings, I guess. Call me Thanos, or we can call Klopp Thanos if you want. Because this year is not only a year of redemption, but it's certainly a year where we're going to pursue some heights that we're going to actually be really involved in achieving for sure. But there was a lot of people out there that were ready to write this game off, ready to accept a loss. Some were even going as far as to say they want to lose to get out of this tournament so they could free up more time and availability and less impact of games on the schedule for a lot of for us as Reds. And I was like, man, you just don't know what it means to be a Red. We are a top tier club in the world. If you're a top tier club for like world global status, you go for everything. You go for all the tournaments that you can, whether it's the League Cup, whether it's the FA Cup, whether it's Europa, whether it's the World Club Cup, like all the different types of all the different types of tournaments that you have the potential of getting involved in. You go for it completely. Just go for it. So I watched this game back. I know Nigel and I were talking. We were speaking about like how he's asking me if I was going to do a replay or do a reaction immediately after. And you know what? I do sometimes join other people's programs that already have scheduled segments for match reactions and that kind of stuff. But normally for myself, I like to watch the game 2, sometimes even 3 times over. Even if it's a loss, I know how painful that can be. But I tend to watch, especially our wins, over. I try to pick up pick up what we were doing tactically, try to pick up what it was that led to certain opportunities and everything else. And I really was confident in the sense of going into that second half that us not being down or having us not seeing Arsenal score increased my confidence in our ability to possibly pull out a win. And why I say that is because, they dropped a stat yesterday that was pretty interesting. They dropped a stat that says something about after the 75th minute, we are the highest scoring team in the Premier League. It's a pretty impressive stat. That means that, we're getting a lot of like goals in those dying minutes. And in a 0-0 game, knowing that we have the ability to score in those dying minutes, and often not only just dying minutes, not like garbage minutes or garbage time, as some people say, where you're up 3-1 or you're up 4-0 or something like that. Not like those circumstances, but in competitive matches, we've actually scored in that 75th minute and above. And I know that can be troubling and concerning to some, or maybe even I don't know if you're in that camp. Or it could also mean like, big up, vase of flowers in the house. Big up. Um, it could also mean if you're into, not say if you're scared, but more so if it brings up a little bit of anxiety, I guess it's a better word for it. Excuse me. And anxiety as a red is something that we all certainly get used to. And I've said it time and time again, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And if you are a mighty red, and I know the majority of the people in the chat are, you somewhat have gotten to the place and point where you're able to get past that, past that. American Cop in the house. Big up, big up. We got the young G's in the house. Big up to American Cop. Look, American Cop and I were going back and forth a little bit about this. I'm glad to see that he's taken a new light, I guess you could say, or a new approach or a new tact at our pursuits this year. I know that a lot of people are still kind of how can I put it? A lot of people, that quad year was a very, very, I wouldn't say stressful. It was more so because I thought it was glorious year, despite the fact that we didn't win the 4 competitions, and we got the double out of it, the domestic double at least. I still had an amazing, amazing time. It was such an uplifting and such a very, not even empowering, but like an experience that made you just even dream, that this could actually happen. And it makes me, the reason why now, when we have the opportunity to go for these competitions, it makes me a little bit more likely to say, I think we can do this. Considering we're just one game away, one bad substitute away, basically for Aston Villa from winning the league. We're one goal away from actually, competing in the Champions League and coming back with the four competitions that we were in pursuit of. I thought it was a really, really good game. Really good game, really good experience, excuse me. And I thought that, games like this highlight the experience and highlight the pursuit and the journey and everything that we want to be a part of. And it's something that if you're going to be a red and you're going to be a red associated with a club that has the heritage that we do, and not only that, has the pursuit and the mindset of saying we're going to build upon that heritage, you have to go about this. I want to watch Nigel, is the draw live right this moment? I know that they were going to do I know we have one more FA Cup match left in the draw, or in this round, I should say. I didn't know if they're doing the draw before the game is over, or are they going to do the draw after? I definitely want to watch the draw and see who we get. I'd like to get a home match. I'd like to get a home game, and I also would like to see us not have to compete, be on the levels of what we saw. Yes, tonight. Okay. Be on the levels of what we saw, the other big clubs got, in the sense of give us a championship league team or something, like give us someone that, is still fighting for survival because they're wearing the Cinderella shoes or whatever you call it, Yeah, I will probably watch the draw if it's later on. Says Mason Flowers. Nigel says the draw is tonight. Big up Red for Life. Big for Red for Life. And Redbird D9. I like how Redbird D9 has the D9 back on, like, guys. And ever since he put the D9, I think Darwin's definitely been playing a little bit better. He's recognized it and said thank you very much, Redbird, for your support. But yeah, I want to Wrexham would be very interesting. I think Wrexham would be very, very interesting, Nigel. We got Wrexham, not only because Wrexham has, Ryan Reynolds and I forget the other, and the guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Even though they have the Hollywood celebrity owners, and they have this television show, I think that'd be a fun getaway. Now, even if it was at Wrexham, it'd be fun, but especially if it's at Anfield, I'd love to see us have. I want to see us get a FA Cup match at Anfield. I want a home match. I don't want to go back on the road. I definitely don't want to go back and have to take on another competition or something like that. Oh, cool. You live 20 minutes from Wrexham. That's cool, Nigel. That's real cool. Have you, Nigel? Have you gone to any of the Wrexham matches? Just wondering. I'm not saying you're a Wrexham fan. I'm just saying maybe you had a friend or you wanted to just go see some good football. But yeah, Vase of Flowers. I completely agree with you on this one. Um, we definitely deserve we deserve an easy draw. We deserve an easy draw in this round, League One or League Two. I'm definitely with you on that one. I want to see us get someone that is like one of those lower tier teams, um, and and it's just one of those things where it's like we'll see. But yeah, this game was very interesting. I took some notes here on the third time around. I took some more comprehensive notes. This game was very interesting. What was very interesting is that we almost got the lineup correct, despite the fact that there were a lot of different of possibilities for us to see on this game. Um, I got you on. I'm definitely bringing this comment up, Redbird, in 1 second. I'm gonna let me get to this lineup first because I was watching AFC TV. I was watching a lot of different takes. I saw what's his name? Because Drifty, no, it wasn't Drifty. It was the guys from Cop TV, and it was another guy one up against Troops and Robbie, and they're doing a back and forth, Arsenal versus Liverpool preview type show, and it was I forget what was his name. Big up to John Conway, and yeah, and it was funny. It was really really funny. They were going back and forth. It was really really funny because like. The one guy from Liverpool was just, or representing Liverpool on that show was just hyped. He was just throwing mad shade, throwing out the trigger words for the universe, saying, or the football gods, as Terry likes to call it, to basically spite us from what he was saying with all the all the takes he was taking. But I mean, man had confidence. What can you say? The man had confidence, and it was certainly something that was meant to be. It was just meant to be, I guess, because yeah, we ended up just really doing really well. No, you know what? So it says AGT most probably, or Doyle Ghost. It wasn't Doyle. Doyle was on with Drifty. I saw that one. But it was, oh man, it was like something like, he was like, I'm trying to think of what his name was. It was like, he talks about always being like lit, and I think I want to say it's like FJ Lit or something. I don't know. I'll try to, if I can remember it, I'll put it in the comments later on. But yeah, it was definitely it's been an interesting lead up to the FA Cup game, and it's definitely been a fun ride through the FA Cup game. Personally, I thought it was a good experience, and then I thought there was a lot of positives to take out of this game. Like I was trying to allude to earlier, there's a lot of positives to take out of this game. I'm going to bring this up here. Oh, let me do this. Let me see if I can. Yes, okay, that's better. I want to keep Lucho in the screen here. But I also want to say, yeah, we got when we were doing our lineups, we did pretty good job, I think, for predicting our lineups. This was the lineup that we had two different lineups that I know we went and predicted, and this was one of the lineups that we ended up predicting. And basically, Klopp went with this starting lineup, but what he did was, the only difference that he did was he took this. I think. Wait, hold on. I think he did. I think this is how we started, right? No. Actually, no. We did get it right. Actually, my fault. We did get it right, right? Yeah, because he went with Cody Hackbo on the right. My bad. Um, so we got very, very close to getting it spot on with our predictions. You know, we had the whole back line pretty much predicted. Obviously, Allison predicted the midfield we had predicted correctly, and it was that front line that had everyone like really scratching head as to what they're going to do with the right wing. You know, Salah's not there. Salah's not there. What are we going to do? Um, and you know, I just thought that it was a very interesting lineup that he put forth because he knew that realistically, I think that he knew, being Klopp, knew that we had to really keep in mind that we have this semifinal coming up, which is a very important semifinal. Let's just be honest, especially since it's at home, and we want to basically try to put the semifinal to bed at home so that the return fixture at Fulham isn't one that we have to that we could possibly even rest some players for. We could possibly go in and try to play a different game as opposed to trying to go out and win or try to go and win decisively. So this game saw 4 changes basically in the lineup. It also saw 5 youth academy players that were added to our bench. Let's see. For Arsenal, it saw them sit Martinelli. It saw them put in Reece Nelson, who albeit Reece Nelson had their first and possibly one of their only real opportunities. They had like a few opportunities, had a couple big chances for Arsenal, but for the most part, it was primarily a lot of just not being able to finish their dinner. There was a stat, I think it was a stat that got dropped out that they've, for all the people that are making a big thing about us and when we were going through through that little blip, which was Manchester United, and we weren't able to score, and we had something like 80 some shots or something like that. It was something ridiculous. Arsenal is up to 60 some odd shots, 61 or something like that shots with 1 goal scored. That's troubling. I know they're saying they need a striker, but that's troubling for them. That's very, very troubling. For if I was in their case, in their situation, I would say that's very troubling. Let's see, what else did I say? Oh, but you know what it was? Yesterday was a tale. This is what I would like to. I was going to make this as the sub title, but for me, it was a tale of 2 sevens. It was a tale of 2 sevens yesterday, and what I mean by tale of 2 sevens is this: Saka, who wears number 7 for Arsenal, and Lucho, the man right here, who wears number 7 for us. Night and day difference in performance yesterday. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm wrong. I would love to hear your takes on that. I think it was night and day difference for this self-proclaimed, not self-proclaimed, but this proclaimed, boy king, basically, in Saka, this guy that I've heard be compared occasionally to Mo Salah, this man that's been darted as the next best thing. Saka, who is talented. I'm not saying he's not. But what I am saying is there's levels to this, people. And there's two different levels of performances I saw yesterday. There's the one that this guy did, and there's a level that we saw Saka do, which was go to the ground easy, try, do some really questionable fouls in a sense, and just really seem like he's just searching for that goal. I just don't think that we had any real threat from a player that should be is lauded as being one of the best in England. Let's see some of your comments here. Bukayo is very good and has more to come, but he ain't no Mo. It's the truth. Vase Flowers is spot on. That's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's like how many combined 11s did you see where people were contemplating putting Saka over Salah at right wing, and then they would flex and twerk so much they would say, oh well, if we're not going to put Saka in the right wing position, we'll throw him in the left wing position. It's not that easy, people. It's not that easy. To me, it's just not that easy. I think Lucho heard that and said, wait a minute. Oh, yeah? Hold my cerveza. I'll be right back. That's basically what Lucho said yesterday. Oh, that's how it is? People going to sleep on me? Cool. Hold my cerveza. I'll be right back. Kanate said the same, too. Bier. He said Bier, though, right? Oh, man. But yeah, I just wanted to like, there were some really good takes yesterday. Like I said, tail 2-7s. I just thought that Saka had a poor game. Also, you know what's funny? I don't know if you guys recognize this. There was a story that was being out there about because a lot of people in La Liga have been hating on Jude Bellingham. And especially because, you have your Real Madrid haters. And they're hating on Jude Bellingham and I guess apparently he's doing something with his socks where he's cutting the backs of the socks so that like it doesn't really like, constrict your calves basically. And it's kind of interesting. I noticed that Saka was doing this, had the same, I don't know if he was doing this because Bellingham did it. I don't know if he did it just because that's his normal way of like what he does for every game, but I just recognized that. I don't know if that was a big deal. I know that's a fashion thing. I know it's like it's a small infraction when it comes to the rules, but yeah, I just thought it was very interesting that he had that that Bellingham the thing that was getting Bellingham a lot of like discord and anguish for his socks. I feel you, brother. The sock agenda needs to stop. I know, man. It was weird. I was like, why are we talking about someone's socks? But then it made me recognize it. That's all I'm saying. It's just funny. It was pretty funny. What does it say? My mother does that with socks. She's 90 years old. Nigel's mom's a true G. I like that. I like that. True story. I like it. Oh man. Oh man. So yeah, there was that, and there was there was a lot of good play yesterday. Let's just jump right into these ratings because you know what, there's a lot of good play yesterday. A lot to talk about, but a lot to just kind of go through here. I wanted to start with I want to start with Ali. How did you guys feel about Ali? I thought Ali had a good game and had 6 saves. Surprisingly so, he had 6 saves. I thought that he was more assertive when it came to our protection against set pieces and corner kicks. That's something that I was really, really proud to see because like realistically, I know that set pieces they that's where they got their goal last year or not last year. Yeah, you can say last year actually, series 2024. But that's where they got their goal from us last year, and it's been a concern for us this year. We haven't been scoring as many goals as I would like to see from our set pieces, but even defensive wise, when it comes to our set pieces, it's been something of I would like to see Ali take a little bit more command of his area, a little bit more on those set pieces, come out to shut down those crosses, shut down any attempt to before the ball can even get to offender's head. So Yeah, he had 6 saves yesterday, 2 inside the box. He had 1 high claim, 57 touches, 84%. His distribution was actually a little bit better too. I think he was a little bit more in tune with the game. It wasn't a lot of like bad distribution from the back, from the back from him. He had 1 clearance. He was 7 out of 14. This is what I mean by distribution was good. He was 7 out of 14 for long balls. That's really good. It helps initiate the counter strike. It helps initiate our efforts going forward, and it means something when it comes to that. I'm gonna go with I thought Ali had an above average performance. What are you guys saying about Ali? What are you guys saying about Ali? An above average, top tier, above average. He certainly wasn't average. I think that he certainly wasn't average. I thought he was good yesterday, but I'd say I would say above average. I'd say above average. You guys don't. Just tell me in there if you got what you guys think. Above average or top tier. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. And I want to be nice and say possibly top tier because he kept a clean sheet. Maybe give him a bump up for a clean sheet, but I think he was a solid 8. Brian says an 8 as well. Okay. Yeah, get you guys can get your ratings in. Hopefully you can see what it says here. I'm gonna see if I can make it a little bit bigger for you guys here. Whoops, that's a little bit too big. I put in had to put in some of the extra players too. Because it was an interesting. Some of these players weren't originally on here, but now that I have them on here, it's cool. Beckenbauer. Yes, the rest in peace to the Kaiser. Yes, I did know. I did hear about his passing. That's certainly sad to hear. From whenever we all have that day, but yeah, rest in peace to Mr. Franz Beckenbauer. Let's see. Let's move on to Joe Gomez. What did you guys feel about Joe Gomez? Look, I thought Joe Gomez. I heard a lot of people giving Joe Gomez. Joe Gomez for some people was man of their match. You know, he did have watching the game over 2 or 3 times. You know, you get different perspectives. He did have a little bit of a mess up that was notable in the very beginning, where he just had a little bit of a brain fart or something, I guess, where he gave the ball away early for one of their early opportunities, one of Arsenal's early opportunities that they fortunately did not connect or take advantage of. I thought Joe Gomez had a good, solid game, though. I mean, he kind of he settled into the game nicely, and he ended up. And considering he was taking on Saka, who is possibly their biggest and most important threat for Arsenal, did a good job against Saka. Really didn't hear much from Saka, and the opportunities that Saka had were like min at best. I would say Gomez gets an 8 as well. It looks like Brian's right or wrong. I said I believe he had above average performance. I wouldn't have gone to average just because that one little blemish. But I thought he had a good performance. You know, was lively on his defensive responsibilities. Definitely got into the head of Saka a little bit, and actually had a shot. It took a shot on goal. He didn't go on goal, but still, took a shot. So, maybe he's inching that much closer to breaking the seal and getting his first Liverpool goal. Who knows? But yeah, I agree with you. 8 for Gomez for me. Let's move on to Kwanzaa. Happy Kwanzaa, VVQ, as some people are saying. I like to say Happy Kwanzaa because I like to say he makes me happy that we have this young man in the sin. I like to think that having this young man in that back line is certainly a big time blessing. What are we thinking about for Kwanzaa. I thought it's a very interesting perception of what we're going to see your ratings come in at. I wouldn't have put him at average. I thought Kwanzaa had a good game. It's kind of crazy. I thought he had a very good game. I would have said, what are we feeling about Kwanzaa? I don't have him in. I just put him there for a second just to like not have to hold on to that. Kwanzaa had 1 clearance, 2 interceptions, 1 tackle, 81 touches, was 60 out of 69 for his passing, had 1 key pass, 4 out of 6 for his long balls, 1 out of 2 for ground duels, 3 out of 5 for aerial duels, lost the ball 11 times. Some decent stats. I'd say that's above average. Again, a lot of 8s so far. I agree with you, Brian. Brian gives him an 8. A lot of 8s so far. I would have to give Kwanzaa an 8. I thought he was above average. His partner, however, I think has to be put in that top tier. I think his partner, Ibu, has to be put into that top tier. I just think I think that I agree with you, Brian. It is of all. I think it's above average for. I think our defense, the back line, and our goalkeeper all played at least above average, minimum. Ibu had 2 clearances, 2 blocked shots, 2 interceptions, 1 tackle, 60 touches, was 85% for his passing. Was 1 out of 6 for his long balls, but 2 out of 2 for ground duels. Only lost the ball 8 times, but was fouled once. But it was the sheer fact of like he had such a presence on the pitch that I think that there was times when I don't think that their wingers wanted to even engage with Ibu. They just didn't want to get bullied. I think Ibu has to go in top tier. I was so happy. I think there was a quote apparently, or someone was mentioning a quote that Klopp basically said to Ibu in the sense of, I want you to look at that back line and tell me who's out there to lead. You know, obviously Trent is out there. He's the captain. I understand that concept, but Trent is not the leader of that back line. That leadership comes from that center back, one of the center back players. And it's obviously normally going to be Virgil van Dijk, who is in command of that back line. I get some people could give a definite shout, a loud shout for Alisson being the director of that back line. Excuse me 1 second. But I also think that the quote or the saying that Klopp told him, he's like, "You're the captain now. You control that back line, Ibu. You are the veteran presence in this back line for the center back pairing." And Ibu stepped up, man. Ibu definitely stepped up. How are we feeling about our actual captain that led us onto the pitch in our Purple Rain kits? Mr. TAA. I thought Trent was lively. I thought Trent was engaged. I thought Trent, especially when he moved into the midfield, was aggressive, was alert, was dialed in defensively. There were times where he had slip-ups defensively. I will openly admit that. Yeah, Brian, definitely. Ibu, 9 all day, every day. Yeah. It's saying oh, you guys are talking about filmmakers. I got you. Let's see. Jay Kismet says, for the whole defense, get a standard 8 with the clean sheet. Konate gets a 9 because he was the leader of the pack without Virgil. Agreed. Brian gives Ibu a 9. Brian's giving Trent an 8. I would have given Trent an 8 too. Trent gets an 8 from promo as well. I think Trent was certainly above average. You know what's really interesting though, because like when you on my on my app here with the statistics and everything else. If you listen to the statistics, I get it. He didn't have any goals and assists, but 2 clearances, 2 block shots, 3 tackles, dribble pass twice, but had 72 touches, was 78% for his passing, had 2 key passes, was 1 out of 4 of his crosses, was 5 out of 12 for his long balls, 4 out of 7 for ground duels. Let me repeat that. 4 out of 7 for his ground duels. 1 out of 1 for his aerial duels. He had 1 shot that was off target. That was the a shot that I thought that he knows he probably was thinking he was going to score, and that was a shot that hit the bar and it rattled that bar hard. But when it hit the woodwork, it was a really good shot. But I can't say enough about this young man, Trent Alexander-Arnold. Such a talent, generational talent to say the least. And you have to definitely say it above average. Our midfield. Let's move on to our midfield. I know a lot of people are starting to really recognize some of the comments I made early in the year about Curtis. I know people are starting to even bring that's why I keep saying, as in, you know what, the best dopamine, the best accolades, or the best pat on the back that you can get is when you hear your comments, your takes that were criticized or were mocked early when you're making them, be repeated now. That's the funniest thing when you see those things happen. And with Curtis, I've been saying this for quite some time, and this is something that I've been really emphasizing as of late. And I'm saying that I think that Curtis Jones is the most essential player to our midfield. And what I meant by essential player to our midfield is that there was a moment in time for this club when you could say the same for Wijnaldum. When Ginny was that guy for us, it made everything work. It was like that. It was the link in the bridge that connected everything. It made everything work. And obviously, once Ginny left, there was a need for that. Certainly a need for that. I wasn't necessarily saying that we needed Ginny back in the sense of, it was certainly getting to that time when everyone gets older, and there has to be times when you phase certain players out. But Curtis Jones has really stepped up into this role that has been presented to him by Klopp to say, you have an opportunity. This is you want to pursue into your boyhood club. You want to pursue, and you want an actual pathway into this lineup. You want a pathway to solidifying yourself as a guaranteed, or not. I wouldn't say guaranteed. How about a real solidified starter in the Premier League? This is your opportunity. And he gave him the tools. He's made him play at times, how people would say, somewhat out of his own game, to take on new aspects of his game, to adapt and adjust his own game, to incorporate those same things I was talking about by having what we have with like Ginny. And again, this isn't all about Ginny. I don't want to make it where it's like I know sometimes we fall into these, we talk about past legends, or we talk about past stars, and we connect these new players, and we don't allow for them to have their own identities. I think Curtis is getting and gaining that. I just think that it's an easy reference. I don't want to say call it a lazy reference. But it's one where I think Curtis Jones is definitely solidifying himself as someone that's so essential to the lineup that you recognize when he's not a part of it. And that's what I mean by essential, as in like someone that you see what he brings to that midfield. You see what he brings to the game in general. You see what he brings to the collective. And I just like what Curtis is doing in the midfield. He's not necessarily like you could say the same for Elliott. You know, big up Roster Crab, big up Roster Crab. Roster Crab representing Beijing Reds TV to the fullest, of course. Of course, Roster Crab is in the house, so you know everybody better recognize, right? But yes, but for Cujo and for Elliott, I just think that they both have just taken on roles for this club and team and just ran with it and understood that every team has players involved in it that just because they're not superstars doesn't mean that they're not important players. That's what I'm trying to get across. I happen to think that I think Curtis Jones is rounding into form to be one of those important players for us, one of those like essential players. This is my opinion. I saw Brian. Brian, tell me why you think he was this average. I know that if you look at my on my app here, it has him at an average rating. It definitely has him at an average rating. Normally, when I look at this, I usually will bump up a little bit, considering that the stats. This is taking in the stats. I'll either bump up or bump down, considering my eye test at least, right? But I'd like to hear why you thought he was just a 7. And if you guys believe that he was a 7 also, please tell me why you guys thought he was why you thought he was average to yesterday. Because I'll give you some of the stats. He played 75 minutes, 94% passing accuracy. He's been, if you look at Curtis Jones' passing accuracy in the games he's played, he's incredibly concise with his passing and his distribution of the ball. It's pretty impressive that he's had. He had 50 touches. Again, it was 31 out of 33 so 94% for passing. Had one key pass. Had one shot off target. 3 out of 7 for ground duels. 0 for 1 for aerial duels, but was fouled twice. Was a real problem for them, I thought. Create a problem where they had to foul him. Had one clearance and one tackle. But yeah, I mean, like, it's difficult. I mean, like, I thought he was good. He was active. He was alive, going both forward and obviously tracking back to handle midfield, and if not, to progress the ball from that box, from one box to another box. But yeah, I'd like to, Brian, if you can, definitely type away, or if you guys think that he was a 7, I would like to put, and I know I'm going up a little bit here, but I thought our midfield we played well in our midfield, I thought. But tell me what you guys think. I want to know. Curtis Jones, 7 or an 8? Was he average or was above average? Roster Crab gives Curtis an 8. Okay. Jay Kismet is saying, oh, okay, I got you. Brian's saying because he didn't play better than people who got 8, so had to tuck him in just under. Got you. I wish I could do the I don't have the board to do. So like, you know, there's no like, obviously I don't have any half scores, and like sometimes like on Redman TV, for instance, and big up to Redman TV. I know some of you don't like it or like them or don't like them. I guess they end up like, I don't know, they end up giving me a free membership. So I'm gonna definitely give them props for that kind gift, that kind holiday gift. I don't know if it's a holiday gift or not, but big up to them. But I saw that in my Redman TV in my DMs, you know. Big up to them. I would say, all right, man. I agree with you guys. I definitely think he's a baller. I'm gonna put you. I see your question. Okay, Jay Kisman. I'm gonna star that. I agree. It was like a 7.5, if not an 8. I would agree with that. I guess it sounds harsh to put him in average because I think he had a little bit above average. he wavered in between average and above average for me. I thought he had an above average performance yesterday. I didn't think he had a poor performance at all, really. But I just think that it was tough. Oh, big up. Thank you, Brian. Beige on Res TV's link. If you guys aren't subscribed, definitely go and click that link, at some time, at some point. Big up, Cedric Lopez. Definitely. Yeah, if you guys are listening in the car or listening at work or just chilling at home, definitely. Big up to all of you guys that are tuning in and showing love by doing it all. Jay Kismet says, I met Paul one time from Redman TV, and he was polite and chill. Yeah, man. I was very surprised to see them give me the membership. Like, I don't super chat or do anything crazy for it. So, but it was very nice of them to do so. Let's see. So we're gonna do. I guess we could put him in at I only have an 8 and a 7 so far for the ratings for Curtis. I'll put him in an average for right now. I guess if that happens, then it's a pretty easy thing, because I thought that I mean, like, it seems harsh to say that our midfield was average. You feel me, Brian? Like, I feel you on that. He was definitely our midfield was not better than our back line. I will certainly agree with that. I just think that, oh man, I thought that they were close to. I think our whole midfield was very close to above average. I really do. I thought Harvey played well. Harvey had 21 of 22. Another great performance in link up play and distribution of the ball. I mean, Harvey, I want to say it was in the Crystal Palace match, I think it was, that he had 100% accuracy on his passing. He had 95% accuracy on his passing in this game. He's 21 out of 22, had one key pass, 1 out of 4 for his crosses, but was 2 out of 2 for long balls. Had a shot on target. It was a kind of a weak shot, though, which was kind of disappointing. 2 out of 6 for ground duels. Only lost the ball 6 times, but was fouled once and had 1 foul. Jonesy was good, man. He is hitting form. I mean, our midfield is hitting a lot of undervalued players in our midfield are hitting form in a time when we need it, when we certainly need it. Again, McAllister, for instance, McAllister only played 59 minutes. We're still trying to get him get the legs underneath McAllister so he's able to go and do these runs of getting full 90s in. But Macca had 23 out of 28 accurate passing, was 0 for 1 for his long balls, but 2 out of 5 for ground duels, 4 for 4 for him aerially. Maybe he's been hanging out with Endo a little bit and taking some notes on how to be a short guy and still win headers. That's my penship, or that's my upcoming book for Endo. Endo and Diego. Let's have Diego. We'll have maybe Macca on there too. How to be a smaller guy and still win headers, still win aerial duels. 4 out of 4 for aerial duels from him. He was engaged, man. He was really engaged. It looks like I'll give 7s because I think that it's 7s across the board. Despite, I'm gonna put a little asterisk on the average. They were certainly 7.5s all across the board, I think. If we're giving half scores, I know I don't give half scores, but if I was, they would certainly get 7.5s. Because I thought they were excellent. I thought they were definitely excellent. Vasa Flowers is spot on when he says Curtis has youthful legs and is full of running and local lad zeal to cover and press. For sure. I like that he's a local lad. I recognize it. And I'm not even a local, not yet at least. I'm not a local yet. Still looking, still want to get some updates on some real estate into where it is to buy a place. But let's move on. Yeah, all right. Let's move on because There was certainly, I think it was a masterclass. I should have put Klopp in here so we can rate Klopp. But I thought it was a fun set of circumstances. In that our front three, man, was not looking the greatest in that first half. I know there was a lot of concern as to where and how we're going to get some output from them at least in the first half. But it was a tale of two halves to me. I mean, the second half we came out and I liked what Klopp did. We'll get a rating in there we can get a rating for Klopp as well at the end. I see you, Nigel. But I like the fact that Klopp recognized that our front line, despite it starting with Darwin in the middle, Lucho on the left, and Hakpo on the right, that in the second half we switched it up. You know, we had Darwin on the left, we had Cody in the middle, and we moved Lucho to the right side, and he was good at the right side. Big up to Ensman TV, who, you know, we were making a concerted effort to say, basically, hey, Lucho, let's give Lucho a run at this right winger spot, you know, right inside forwards position, you know. And a lot of the pushback was, oh, he's never played there. One, in something that Enns didn't bring up, but one, in his defense, he has played at right wing before this year. He actually was subbed in. He actually subbed in a game for Mo and played on the right side in one of our matches. But even getting deeper into the weeds here, Lucho has a lot of dynamism to him. He has a great ability to take on players, to utilize his dribbling, to utilize his pace. And when he's in form and when he's locked in, he makes a real difference. He could be a real difference maker in these games. I've heard a lot of people starting to say that's the Lucho of old, or, oh, that's not the new Kanye, that's the old Kanye in essence, you know, like that's the Lucho I remember. The Lucho before the first injury, the Lucho before the second injury, the Lucho before his family was horribly kidnapped and had that circumstances had to go through the mental anguish of having to deal with those things and have to deal with battling back through your injury and rehabbing and getting back to the level that you know you are, and to also have the weight of his country on his back, Colombia stand up. Hey, it is not an easy pursuit to be this guy right here, but he balled out yesterday. I thought he played really well. And that look away, he had a look away finish, man. He didn't even have to do a look away finish. That was sick finish for sure. But yes, all right, so let's move on to this. For Cody Hakpo, this is where it's going to be interesting. Where do you guys rate Cody Hakpo? I don't want to be too harsh. I thought Cody was a little below average. I saw him search. He didn't really, like, out of all the players, he didn't have that much fluidity. He just wasn't really like lockstep with the procedures of the team, I think, in that sense. He wasn't a negative. I don't want to say that he was like a failing presence on the pitch. He wasn't that. I just don't think that he was. I can't say that Cody was at the level of. Cody wasn't at the level of any of our midfield, even though he kind of was in and out of the midfield for himself. I have to put Cody as a 6. Cody, much love and respect, but like, yeah, brother, it was an okay game. It wasn't a great game for Cody. But I wouldn't say he was a negative for the game. It wasn't like I was like, oh, Cody screwed up again, or oh, this led from this attack or this counter that they're on was led from a Cody mistake. I wouldn't go that far. but I'd have to put him as a 6. Cody's going to find that. He's going to find it, his form. It was a different positioning for him. Him being out on the right was a very interesting start for him. He only got 20 touches, not really that involved. He had 1 key pass, but was 14 out of 16 for passing, 1 out of 4 for ground duels, lost the ball 4 times, fouled 2 people, but was fouled once, had 1 clearance. That's not the kind of involvement that I liked, that I really wanted to see from Cody. So I'd have to put him below average. Let's just rip the since we already started to rip the Band-Aid off, let's just continue to rip the Band-Aid off. Let's move on to Darwin. Look, Darwin is my boy. He is my invasor when it comes to taking on our opposition. But I would have to put Darwin in the below average concept, despite the fact he was making the runs. He was definitely freeing up some opportunities. There was, the one pass that he had to Lucho where it was behind him. That pass, he had to make it that way. He had to make it that way because the defender took away that advanced through ball angle, and he ended up megging the player actually because the guy dropped the leg and he went through his legs with the pass to Lucho, but it ended up being behind him. He also, missed a bad shot that he should have at least got on net, albeit there were players around him, so he's probably thinking, I got to go for this angle, and he just got the angle horribly wrong. I love Darwin, absolutely love Darwin, but, he had, let's see what his stats were. 3 shots on target, or 3 shots, off target. 1 shot was blocked. He had 0 shots on target. Played a full 90. Was 12 out of 19. Had 3 key passes though. Was involved offensively. He had 3 key passes, which were good. Didn't win his ground duels. Only was 1 out of 3. The one aerial duel that he won ended up being like a shot, a header that he should have put on net. Had 3 clearances. Had a poor foul on. I want to say it was on Saka. I think it was on Saka, where he shouldn't have fouled him. It was basically it was 2-on-1. I think it was with Trent was his other defender, and he just shouldn't have fouled him. Gave himself a dangerous free kick. I'm going to put him as a 6. I get you. It's not. He had a poor game. I'll go as far as to say it wasn't up to the levels that I expect from Darwin. Definitely not the levels I expect from Darwin, but all the same, all good. His teammates picked him up because most notably, these next 5 individuals, all above average at least, and I think the next 5 individuals that we're going to go through, which is Lucho, obviously as the final starter, and big up Mtar Mizzi in the house. I see you, brother. The subs, all some really, really stellar performances from the subs as well, made a difference. I think that the level of intensity, the level of urgency went up when we got our subs in. So let me just do this. One, there's no doubt in my mind, I'm putting Lucho as a top tier performance. I thought Lucho played well. Obviously, he got a goal, but I thought Lucho was out of the front line. I thought he was the most innovative. I thought he was the most dialed in. He was the most the biggest threat when it came to actually causing them problems, whether it was on the left side, whether it was occasionally from him being in the middle, or even when he got moved out to the right side and was doing damage on the right side. I thought Lucho needs and deserves to have his flowers in this game. Played well. Big up to Lucho. Shout out once again to Colombia's finest. I'm so happy to see this happen for him because Lucho is one of my favorite players on the team, certainly. But let's just get into it. So we got the first subs were Diego and Ryan were the first two subs. Excuse me. Those subs came in for McAllister, which was a very interesting sub, might I add. I know I've gotten ridiculed and I was getting laughed at, mocked when I said, hey, don't be surprised if we eventually do see Gravenberch occasionally take on a Hendo style, even without Dominic in this lineup, especially without Dominic in this lineup, and without obviously Hendo not being a part of this team any longer. There's that. Hendo's not a DM, but he sometimes played a adjunct DM in a sense. With him kind of like fading towards that back line to help out with, whether it was Trent or whether it was just in general, just keeping the defensive formation or structure together. And I've been saying that don't be surprised if we see Gravenberch play that kind of role for us. It was very interesting in that he got subbed in for McAllister in the sense of I've been saying that, we could see him be one of those like hybrid DMs for us. If it means trying to utilize his talents and skills so that we can at least get him on the pitch when we do have Dom and when we do have, Maka or Curtis or Elliott in the lineup, we could possibly utilize, even though it's a more offensive minded set, it's still a set that includes a player that has the athleticism to be able to get back and forth. It's just a matter of once we get that fitness level up to the point where he's able to do these full 90s, he's able to have that high level of intensity and energy output. You'll see him be able to do what we need to see from him. But yes, it was very interesting to me when Gravenberch got subbed in for Maka. I was like, oh, maybe they're going to put him at the DM like I suggested. But who knows? Who knows? He did play a little bit more of, again, he played that Dominic role in this game. So when it comes to Diego, oh man, what can I say about Diego that hasn't already been said? Diego, there was a period in time, this is exactly why I say reactionary fans can be cancers upon any true progression, because when you're a reactionary fan, you allow for your emotions to completely get a hold of taking a real valid assessment of what we have at hand, what the future might hold for us. There was a time when Diego was being pushed out the door by a lot of people. A lot of people. I get it. He's had his problems of staying fit, but we keep this young man fit, or this young man. It's kind of, you say young man still. He can be a problem. He is a problem for a lot of people. Come on, he is a problem. I thought Diego played so well in that you noticed his inclusion, you noticed his insertion into the team, you noticed the fact that the level went up, and I mean, like, it is certainly something to say that he just knows how to play positionally well, to not have to be the fastest player on the team or on the pitch, not have to be the most athletic, the biggest presence with physicality, but he's winning. He was winning headers in the box against guys that are 3, 4, 5 inches taller than him. Guy is a problem. He's a problem for people. Diego has to go up in that top tier. I thought that he made a difference. He was a real difference maker on the pitch. Real difference maker. Had a great shot on net. The header that hit the woodwork, but was 2 out of 2 for ground duels, 2 for 2 for aerial duels. Was fouled twice. Made an interception. Got got the assist. The man was a problem, a real problem. Definitely has to be in that top tier performance. I would put Gravenberch played decent. I would say I'm starting to see what it is that, again, what I've been mentioning about Gravenberch is that if we can get his defensive measures up, we could get a really, 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 potentially a really, really, really adequate and if not a real asset out of Gravenberch. 7 for 8 for his passing, 2 out of 2 for long balls, 1 out of 2 for his dribble attempts, 3 out of 6. He was active defensively. That's what I've been saying. I know he's been knocked a lot for his defensive measures, but I mean 3 out of 6 for his defensive measures. Only lost ball 4 times, but was fouled once. Fouled once. Had 1 foul that he committed, but had 1 clearance and 1 tackle. I thought he played well, man, but I'm going to put him at average. What do you guys feel about? I thought Bobby Clark and I thought Connor Bradley. The fact that there was a moment in this game. I don't know if you guys felt this way or not, but there was a moment in this game. It was. Let me make sure. So I put it in my notes too, but there was a moment. That moment was the 59th minute was when we saw Gravenberch and Diego get subbed in. That was us saying these are our last, bona fide could be starters or, people that we expect to see in the game, period. They would probably be angry, upset if they didn't get into this game type situation. Okay. But we saw Arteta make his move, his little try to put us in checkmate move by taking off Reece Nelson and bringing in Martinelli. 62nd minute. That's when he brought him in. Saliba got a yellow, rightfully so. Elliott got a yellow. I don't think he should have got a yellow. I understand it was for argument or dissent, but all the same, I watched Jorginho literally tell the referee to go F off to his face and not get a card, have him be issued over to the referee and have the referee talk to him, but no card after being told to go F off. But I thought Bobby Clark, who made a good tactical yellow card foul. I thought once we saw in the 75th minute and we saw Curtis Jones and Harvey Elliott, who again were energy rods for us in the game, but yet energy cells for us in the game. But knowing the schedule and knowing the importance of these two players are going to have in that run for our January run, were taken out. And when I saw that we were subbed, I mean, there was no other choices on the bench anyway. There had to be, if we're subbing anyone else in after the Gravenberch and Diego sub, we were always going to sub a youth player. But once we subbed those 2 youth players, it was almost like the level or the biorhythm of the game was like, we're just playing for it. We're playing to not get beat. We're playing to just go for a draw. We're playing to just, if opportunity happens, it happens. Cool. Let's make the most of it. But we weren't necessarily at that moment playing to win per se, in my opinion. And then when we made those 2 subs, it was like, oh wow, maybe we're just going to kind of say, hey, let's just get a draw and let's just manage minutes. That's what it looked like. But those young men came in and once they touched the green of the pitch, they said, we're here to contribute. We're here to play. Big up to the youth academy. Big up to those that are joining the club. I mean, you look at this right here. You look at the people on our bench. It was like very interesting. Bobby Clark, Connor Bradley, obviously Kelleher isn't a youth player. Let me put him over here. But Bobby Clark, Connor Bradley, Luke Chambers, James McConnell, Trey Neone, Kai Gordon, I mean, like, it's sick, man. I mean, like, you look at that right there. Six players on our bench that were youth players in a third round FA Cup match against Arsenal at the Emirates. Absolutely great performance. It hurts because I can't put them above. I don't want to put them in above average. But I thought it definitely hurts that this put them in to put both of these players in with it hurts that basically to put them in with average, but I just thought they played well, man. A lot of pressure on them. A lot of they went out. I mean, they went out there, and I thought Connor Bradley put Martinelli in his pocket. I thought Connor Bradley said, "You know what, man? Cool. You can show me how to samba later, but I've got some moves of my own." And hey, man, he wasn't intimidated. Went out there and just played well. I'm putting Bobby Clark, and I'm putting, despite it saying average, Bobby Clark and Connor Bradley in the average. I think that they played good. They played very good, considering the fact of there's a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure on these young men's shoulders, and they showed improve, man. They showed improve. I mean, it's a testament that our youth players are able to mix in so well with our starting players, with our senior lineup. It's a testament to not only the academy, but to the foundational pieces that we have with this team, that we could go into this matchup with, again, six youth players, and still feel we can get a result from this match. That's impressive. And considering one of those seven youth players technically, because Kwanzaa started. We've all put this the rate and style and play of Kwanzaa has been so exceptional that sometimes when we reference him, we act as though he's not a youth academy player. That's the levels that we're at. That is just so promising, so amazing promising. Yeah, I feel you. That's a good suggestion by Brian. He says you can tier the players within the categories by moving them left or right. Yeah, I'll move them as in left and right. You're right about that. I like that. So, let's see. I would put I thought that Gravenberch had a good game. But I'd tier him like this. I would definitely tier him like this. I'd tier him like this. From left to right, meaning left is the strongest candidates, and for at least for the other ones. That's a good way to do it, Brian. So we have three candidates for man of the match. This is always the fun portion of the segment, or fun portion of the episode here. Who was your man of the match? We have either Kanate, Diaz, or Diego. These are our three candidates for man of the match. Don't feel intimidated that Lucho is sitting here on my left shoulder. But yes, tell me, who do you guys feel is your man of the match? I feel you, Nigel. I feel you. Jurgen is a strong shout. I need to put I'm gonna do that next time. Next time, I'll make sure that I have Jurgen in the ratings portion of it, because I need to put him down there. I added all the youth players now. I got a lot of the youth players in there. Let's see. It allows you to finesse it more. Oh yes, I got you. So we have one vote from Dustin saying Ibu. I think we had another vote up here too. Let me double check. I think we had a vote on here. Oh no, we didn't. I got those comments still starred. I'm going to get to those comments in a second. Man of the match, we have one vote from Dustin being Ibu. We have Nigel giving Jurgen and Pep. We have Brian giving Konate, so that's 2 votes for Konate. Yeah, looks like Konate is going to be running away with it. Konate, but others deserve a mention. I agree, man. You got it. Lucho is definitely in there. And I thought Diego was definitely in there again with the amount of energy and the amount of fear that he places in there. Gomez was excellent, definitely. Marion, one of our Reds queens in the house. Marion has Ibu as her man of the match. It looks like it's, despite I'm gonna say Lucho. It's okay. You're my man of the match as well. But hey, I know that you can show love to our boy, our big up Francais in the house. Francais. Ibu was just phenomenal. Took command of the back line. Made it. He basically was so funny. Is that he made it a sense of I think that isn't France's starting lineup in the back, isn't it Ibu and I want to say it's Upamecano. I think that's who starts for France. If anyone knows off the top of their head who the French starting center backs are, because I don't think Saliba starts for France. I don't think he starts for France. Definitely gets playing time. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying he hasn't started for France, because of whatever it is. But I don't think that Saliba is the center back pairing for France. I just know that this was Ibu basically saying, you know what? Big up to Saliba, big up to my French compatriot, but I'm the captain. I'm the captain now. This is my ship. Yeah, it's Upamecano. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, it's so interesting that there's this shout out there about Saliba being the best center back in the Prem, being better than Virgil, which is just mind-blowing. And then you hear people making this, acting as if Ibu isn't a better center back than Saliba. And I get it. So Ibu has had his ups and downs with trying to stay fit this year. He's always had those issues in general. But once Ibu is fit and Ibu is dialed in, Ibu does Hulk style stuff on the pitch, I just think that Upamecano is good, no doubt. Upamecano originally, I'll put my hands up and say this. Originally, I wanted Upamecano more so than Konate. I am glad, and again, this is even the best of us have these moments where we can at least admit we maybe got it wrong, because I'm so glad that we ended up choosing Konate over Upamecano. I just am. I think that it was a blessing. I'm glad to see that Upamecano ended up going to Bayern Munich instead of coming or going to obviously to us, and because that would have probably meant that Konate would have been a Bayern Munich player in essence, most likely. But okay, Kimpembe was starting. Okay. They do, Brian. You're right about that. You're right about that. They do have a lot of. France has 6 world-class defenders. Saliba doesn't get in. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Yes, he was. They were teammates. They definitely were at Leipzig originally. Just for people. Okay, let me see this. Dustin says, just for people's knowledge, Konate displays Upamecano in the French starting 11 in the World Cup. He didn't start the final because he was ill. Yeah. I remember that too. He was really, really down and disappointed that he couldn't start. That was a shame that he couldn't start. But he started the majority of their games in their run towards the World Cup final. And that's what I mean by what I'm saying. The reason why I'm saying it in this preference, and that it's pretty incredible that you hear all this Saliba talk, Saliba. Every time you hear about Arsenal, it's, well, we have the best center back pair in the Premier League. Yeah, do you? Do you really? It's a good pairing. I'm not saying Saliba is not good. I'm not saying Gabriel isn't good, but one, if every time you reference your center back as an individual, you have to talk about them as a pair, that automatically takes away from your argument. Then to even go further, when you hear the people talk about Saliba, I just thought that Ibu played so much more of a presence. He was so much more of a presence in this game. Such a more of a presence in this game. Ibu's Vasa Flower says Ibu's Champions League final appearance versus Madrid got him more appreciation of France. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right about that. They stood up and recognized the fact that he's doing it like as in if we're relying on him to be our starting, and that was during a year when Matip was arguably one, if not our best center back that year. There was a shout that to say that Matip was possibly our best center back that year. Beijing Pop says center backs are generally seen as pairs. To be fair, I get that you could say that, and I definitely understand. I understand that you can say, "Oh, the center back pairing of these two," because you have to have a partnership. You have to acknowledge that partnership. But that's the same. We could then say, you know what? Well, one of the best partnerships that we've seen Virgil van Dijk have the privilege of having, or the one that got us the most accolades and trophies in the sense, was when he was paired with Gomez. But I know a lot of people, some people aren't necessarily aren't going to make that argument or try to make that argument that the pairing of Virgil and Gomez as a center back pairing is better than possibly Saliba and Gabriel. I would just say that, like, when I hear the pairing situations, I'm just like, we're trying to rate someone as an individual, but yet you're going to weigh in their numbers or their worth with their center back pair. Their center back pair isn't getting into a combined 11, for instance. That's what I'm trying to get across. Their center back pairing isn't getting into a combined 11. You're not going to say, okay, who's your combined 11 in center back? We'll have Virgil van Dijk as one. Who's going to be the pair, or who's going to be his combo pair here? And it's like, yeah, am I going to make that argument to say it should be Saliba because Saliba does well with Gabriel? I don't think that's I don't think that that's how I get to my final evaluation. That's what I'm trying to get across. For me, I think Ibu is a better player than Saliba. I think Ibu is a better player, has more potential and talent than both of their center backs. But I'm not saying that their center backs aren't world levels. I'm not saying that their center backs aren't great players. I'm just saying that we have some great center backs as well. So accolades and kudos to our players for sure. I get you, Bejan. Bejan doing what Brian often calls him, Dr. Bejan Pop style. He says, you want one who is a Rolls Royce while the other one is a Mack truck? That's what we have, certainly. We definitely have that. We have one is a Benzo, and the other one is an F-150 for sure. Dustin says, by the way, Konate changed the game versus Argentina when he came on and 2 goals down. Oh, okay, yeah. Vase of Flowers says that final being in Paris has helped Ibu boost his national team claims. Hey, enough said right there. Say less, right? Gomez isn't seen as a CB now, to be fair, but he was a monster in that period. I don't know if I would go as far as to say I know I've already gravitated towards saying that I didn't want to see, with his performances last year, I didn't want to see Gomez playing right center back or center back in general for us with his performances in the Champions League, the howler that he had, the performance against Real Madrid, those kind of performances. I was saying maybe his time has come and gone for him being that center back option. But I said it time and time again. I go, I don't think that I'm not done with Gomez being a part of this club. I wanted to see him be more of a right back to fill in that role for when we need it, for when Trent's not available, or when Trent gets moved into the midfield, or when Trent is utilizing this hybrid role, or needs a rest, to utilize him for that. Obviously, he's performing well for us in this left back time of need, which is an unforeseen time of need, and he's just performed so well as a defensive utility player. The longest tenured player on our team, Joey Gomez. Big up to you, brother. Yeah, he was a monster during that period. He was a monster. I think more so Virgil was a monster during that period, that his aura kind of radiated even onto Gomez's aura as well. It accented Gomez's aura as well. Bayesian Pop says, combined 11s are for jokes and banter, generally not for real cause. Neither side watches the other side's play as much as they claim. Okay. I do watch a lot of, I can say this. I watch a lot of games strictly because I want to see that team lose. So I watch games. I watch City. I watch Arsenal. I watch Spurs, or I watch Manchester United matches. I watch your occasional Chelsea match. I watch Everton matches, depending on who they're playing. When they're playing, obviously teams that are going to affect our spot in the table. So I do watch games that Villa, I watch those matches. West Ham, I watch their matches primarily when they're involved in games that are going to affect us in our table, or I watch them sometimes a game before to see what kind of form they're bringing towards the game that we're going to play against them. But I agree. I can agree with that. Combined 11s are interesting to do. What else do we have here? Oh, okay, Nolante. Big up Nolante. I like it. Wait, hold on. Silk and Steel. I think that's what he's saying is Virgil and the new name, the new artist, the new musical artist name for Ibu and Virgil. Silk and Steel. Let's see. There's some good comments in here. They say, nah, he's a center back, but he's so good. He's just so good at being versatile. That's Nolante saying that. Dustin says, no, I'm not underrating Gomez. I rate him, trust him in center back as well, as long as he's fit. Agreed on that. But that said, he is being more of a right back, left back. Yeah, I think his utility presence is definitely being utilized more so for right back and left back. It's something that we need. We don't really don't have the coverage that we would like to have at right back. I get it that, I get it. Connor Bradley um, is someone that I get that he's someone that we could see fill into that role. I'm still hoping that we see Ramsey. Um, but I think there's a player still there. He's out on loan, obviously, but I think there's still a player there that eventually will make a presence, be seen and known the same way that we're getting to see with Bobby Clark. If it wasn't for injury, we probably would have saw Bobby Clark earlier. I thought obviously Connor Bradley has played well. Luke Chambers has played well at times. McConnell has played well. We're gonna Kai Gordon, if it wasn't for that injury, would have had a resurgence in his career and made a real push for Doak for that youth player making appearances at the right wing position. I think it would have been between. I think at one time I think Kai Gordon was ahead of Doak. I just think that with the injury to Gordon, that pushed Doak ahead of him. And now, unfortunately, with Doak's injury, it places Gordon back in that measure to have the opportunity for himself again. Let's see. Beijing Pops is saying, this is to Nolante. He's saying, Nolante, he is a fourth choice center back now, then, and it would be disingenuous to compare him to any top starting pair in his opinion. Not dissing Joey G, just to be clear. For sure. Okay, Brian wants to give a shout to Werner. He says, I can say props to Werner coming back to Premier League after all the stuff that he went through. After all the stuff that went wrong, serious cojones, in his opinion. Good luck to him. All right. And what other comments do we have? Let's see. I think that we are going to see a nice little mixture of Vase of Flowers of. I will be doing a starting 11, predicted starting 11 for our EFL, obviously EFL, our EFL competition or our semifinal, but yeah, I think we're going to see a good mix of players. One, because we're at home and because the Anfield crowd can help support and keep the players, the youth players that are getting the opportunities against Fulham in tune and give them the extra push and encouragement. And also because we just need the rotation, to be honest with you. We need the rotation. And also, I think Klopp said it alone when he said it really vibrantly when he said that, you know what, we have one more, we have this semifinal that come up, and then we finally, and he lovingly was excited to say that the players will have a winter break, and one that they'll all be able to enjoy. And I think that's important. I think that's the reason why you saw a relatively, not the strongest of lineups, but definitely a decent lineup to go in this FA Cup. And I think we'll see the same for our semifinal. And I think that we need to score. We need to go big, and we need to score big and early against Fulham so that return fixture at Fulham is one that we could see even more rotation. That's at least my call. There were some comments I wanted to include here from way, way back. Redbird D9 said, Arse hole fan Robbie of AFC TV said they ain't bothered about FA Cup as they got bigger fish to fry. The only fish the Gooners are going to fry will be at the local chippy. Spot on with that comment, brother. Redbird D9 throwing them in the bin. Get out of here. It's such a silly I'd go be as bold as say loser mentality when you say that kind of stuff. Oh, we've got bigger fish to fry, or well, we don't care about this competition. That's why we lost it, and this and da 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 da. Nah, man. If you're a top club, if you're a globally recognized top tier club, one that's supposed to be representative of your country, of your league, you can't go as far as to say this bullcrap. Let me go back to full screen here. Jay Kismet says, question, who you want in the 4th round? It's a very, very good question. Who do you guys want in the 4th round? I'll leave that as a pop-up question for you guys. And I'm gonna think about that, Jay Kismet. I'm gonna think about it. The Wrexham was a good shout. I think Wrexham even though the Wrexham team has the possibility of doing some type of upset type thing. Oh, and this was Jurgen and Pep giving the shout out, the proper shout out. Oh, I didn't say the proper shout out. Jurgen and Pep both get a 10, definitely, with their subs, the preparations, the mindset, the preparations that they had everyone on page and everyone on board to understand how we had to go into this game, how to bend, not break mentality, and the fact that he had the youth players really dialed in enough to be able to take on the pressure. I agree with Asian Pops here. I think nobody not only wants to see us as their next round competition, I think that nobody wants to see us at home. Us at Anfield, that's gonna be problems for people. That's gonna be definitely problems for people. Brian thinks that we're gonna get Bristol Rovers or Norwich. If that's the case, I would say if I had to choose between those two, I'm gonna go with Bristol Rovers. Considering I think that we've sent players to them. I agree with you, Dustin. As long as it's not a Premier League team, I'm cool. I'm definitely cool. I'd almost care less who we get as long as it's not a team that causes us to have to field a viable 11 and then have it be an away match. I don't want that to happen at all. I definitely don't want that to happen at all. Let's see. I know they're already involved. I'm not going to give any spoilers as to the Manchester United and Wigan game in case anybody wants to watch that later on or is watching it currently. But it's an unlikelihood. But hey, bring us Wigan. How about that? Bring us Wigan. Make Wigan be our team. I'd like to see us. I like for our next round in the FA Cup to be Liverpool at Anfield versus Wigan. That's who I'm going with. For noticeable reasons why I'd like to see it be Wigan. Yeah. Okay, I got you. So Brian's saying that's the draw. They play each other and we play the winner. Okay. So it looks like it's going to be either Bristol Rovers or Norwich as our two choices, as Brian has updated us. And if that's the case, I much prefer to see us have to face Wigan. But let's see. So Bristol Rovers. Oh, is it because Bristol Rovers are doing a replay? Because they ended up in a 1-1 tie. So is that why we end up getting them? Oh, the draw was already happened. Okay, cool. So we end up having to take on and when I heard tonight, I'm thinking that it was later on today. Okay, cool. Thank you, Brian. I'm looking at it. So we're looking at so Norwich and Bristol have a replay because they had a 1-1 draw. So we'll be facing either Norwich or Bristol. Let's see, Norwich or Bristol. I'm going to say Bristol. I'll go with Bristol Rovers. Why not? I mean, all due respect to the Canaries, but I think that's what they are, right? They're the Canaries, right? Of Norwich. But yeah, man. Yeah. We definitely gave the thing or not. The peace and rest in peace to the Kaiser, Der Kaiser. But yeah, Nigel is saying this. He's saying the Norwich City versus Bristol Rovers replay. Okay, yeah, 16th or 17th seem the most likely. I may be wrong, or he may be wrong. He says. Brian says it's the 17th. To Nigel, he's just giving you an update. That's what he heard, and Nigel is saying he'd like to see Norwich City because it would be good for their finances. Okay, excuse me. Okay. I haven't been. I'll be honest. I haven't been watching much of the championship this year. I know that Bristol's has had all types of various form. They've lost. Let's see. The last what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last 9 games for them has been loss, draw, win, loss, win, loss, draw. They've been really kind of all over the place. And with Norwich, much the same. They had a loss against Watford, but then had a win, draw, win. As of late, they've been on a little bit of a poor run where they've had a loss, and 2 draws on the bounce. So I would think that it's it looks like Bristol Rovers are in a little bit slightly better form than Norwich, but I don't know. I've seen us play Norwich before, obviously when they were in the Prem. I haven't seen us really take on Bristol Rovers. I wouldn't mind seeing Bristol Rovers. I like seeing new teams and seeing how they acclimate to taking on either the Anfield crowd or taking on Liverpool in general. But again, guys, really fun matchup. Looks like for all those Gooners out there, we're telling us that with chest, how much better their team is, how they kept doing these false equivalencies, as I put it. False equivalencies in the sense of they were just putting out these ratings and comparisons of teams where you're just like, what are you doing, man? Like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Even better question, why are you doing that? Because what it came down to it is that this game was obviously more important for Arsenal in that they needed to get off the slide. They needed, considering in their last 6 matches, they've had 1 win. In their last 7 matches, they've had 1 win. They've had a loss, a draw to PSV. They've had double check, make sure. Yeah, a draw to PSV, a win against Brighton. Then had our draw, loss. 3 losses in a row for them ever since the. Again, I can't tell you enough of a lot of what I think of football is. They say in any sport, pretty much too. They always say it's 90% mental, 10% physical. You can have a physical specimen out there that's amazingly athletic, tuned, everything else. But yet, if they don't have the mental down, they are behind. They're not going to be able to perform. And this was a big game mentally for, you can see how the fan base is taking this game. They're either trying to shrug it off to say, oh, it didn't matter, we don't care, which is, projection. Or they're going to the levels where they're just finally maybe accepting the fact that their team is just not there yet. Last year was an anomaly, maybe. I've been saying it, and this is something, again, this is a bet that I want to see if I can get in, but I wonder what the odds of Spurs finishing higher than Arsenal is. I put that out there into the universe. I asked a couple questions. I was like, you know what? I could see this top 4 ending up with Liverpool, City, Spurs, Villa, and then possibly Arsenal. I'm not. I kind. I'm kind of I'm kind of like leaning towards that. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you, Lucho. But I'm leaning towards that. It's a bold take. I get it. I'm probably going to be clipped up for saying it. I get it that like as of right now, I'm just kind of like giving a revised look. I had preseason predictions done, but I didn't get the episode out there. But and Brian, you're right. You're right. I get what you're saying. It depends if Arsenal spends. Who do they spend on, Brian? I'm not. This isn't an adversarial style comment or question at all. I'm just asking, who would you see them? Who is the needle mover for them to go out and spend on? Because that's the thing with me. Well, for January expenditures, and I mentioned this at the end of the African Mount Rushmore segment. I chopped it up a little bit with Uncle Albert and Nolante, and we were just going over. We were talking just our presence going forward and what we're going to do in this January window, and it got to me thinking about other people. And I've been on a couple of forums with some Arsenal guys, and I keep hearing them talk about we need a striker, we need a striker, we need a striker. One, you did have a striker. Balogun is a good striker, but you let him go. So, hey, again, whatever. I know some Arsenal people out there don't really rate him. I might have a little bit of bias in his ascendancy and his progression, considering he's a U.S. men's national team player. But that all said, and that bias pushed a little bit to the side. You did have a player, you just didn't want to give him a real shot, because that meant you would have to probably have him play in front of Nketiah, who again has been has been one of your top scorers this year. So you can say what you want to say about Nketiah, but he has been one of their top scorers. But yeah, and Brian, that's exactly who I said too, by the way, because I think they need this player who Brian just mentioned. They would love Osimhen. I think they would love him, but his release clause is like 100 and some odd million pounds. It's something that I don't think I don't think that it's going to be on. Am I having on? I wasn't planning on having any callers in, but it's 1:48. I've got another like 15 minutes, maybe. I was only going to do a 90 today, but yeah, if you want to chop it up for a few minutes, it's only going to be a quick segment. A quick segment is just to say hello and kind of get in a couple of comments if you want. I'll put the link in here. Here's the link if you want to hop on and chop it up, because this little last portion of the segment is what I'm going to be talking about with Arsenal, and I'm on the same lines with Nolante. Bun Arsenal, bun those Gooners, Original Don Dada here. we don't deal scared business. I don't care. It's the Emirates. I'm walking in with chest, brother. Walking in with chest, saying, "I'm doing my this is my ship now. I'm the captain." I need to get some clips. I'm gonna start. I have a lot of like sound clips already. I'm gonna start doing some video clips pretty soon, including some video clips. I gotta do that. Dustin is saying, I don't think they're, you know what? Okay, there's a comment by Brian, but Dustin is saying, I think Spurs are better than Arsenal, and I'm not laughing. I agree with that. It all depends on how they get through this January window without their talisman, Son. It's all about how they get through this. But we'll see if they can make something out of Werner. And also Brian's saying they could get a Tony. I don't think they're going to get a. This is why I say it's Osimhen's a different story. But for Tony, the reason why I think it's such a difficult proposition to get Tony onto Arsenal is primarily because they're looking for some 200. They're looking for some $100 million price tag to be put into that. And that would, in essence, mean that you, as Arsenal, have just spent 200 million plus on two players. I don't see that happening. I just honestly do not see that happening. And it's one of those things where, like, I could be wrong. You know, maybe Arteta shows his influence, makes a vibrant stand to say, hey, this player is a player that we need, and is a player that we'll be able to utilize going forward for our future and solidify our foundation and run for being mentioned in these title runs, much less top four runs, because I think Arsenal are dangerously close again to going from potential players in the game to just players in general. I'm going to bring on Brian here. Oh, and Jake Kisman in the house too. Big up, you guys.
Yeah.
What's up?
Easy, bro. I hope you're well.
Brian, how are you, Brian?
Good evening, folks. JK, everyone.
Evening, Brian.
And Jake Kismet. Good evening to you, sir.
Evening to you guys, man. Hope you're all well.
Oh, I'm definitely well. You know, it's just the four of us hanging out. You know, Lucho, Brian, Jay Kismet, 12th man here. You know, and the Mighty Red Army in the chat. How you guys doing? Right?
If your name's not down, you're not coming in.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm not letting Diaz in dressed like that. Just saying.
Oh, you don't like his outfit?
No, I don't like that. I don't know. I don't like that kit, man. It's just like it's too in between. Either go for it or don't. It's too safe. It's too. You want to be purple? Go purple like Warrior did it. Warrior went full purple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, because that's what always happened with kits. If you notice, when the kit releases come out, they come out on the internet, and they're really janky, horrible little things. And
didn't New Balance have a purple kit too?
Yeah, they did. They always look horrible when they get released in the pictures, and then people see them on the players and like, oh, that's class. And that happened with that purple kit, man. People saw pictures of it and they were like, I don't know about that. And then they saw Virgil in it, and then they just like, I have to have it. But this one saw like a wishy-washy version of it. But what was worse, us are that white out Arsenal kit yesterday from the back where you kind of.
Oh yeah, that was really weird.
That was like PE top.
Couldn't see their numbers.
Yeah, it was like they were painting the house or something. So they just put on this old top and they just like covered it in whitewash. It's like, I thought you had to be able to see players' names as well on the back of their shirts, and you couldn't even see their names on the back of the shirts.
No, they didn't have their names. The names
I don't think they had any.
No, it was
their
weird.
Names were not
I've never seen that.
Their kids.
I thought that was one of the rules. Like, you have to have your name on your back as well as your number. Okay.
I don't. Yeah, they want. I mean, they obviously must have asked permission to utilize those kits. You know, I don't know. That's a good question. That's a very good question, because normally you do see the names on the back of the kits, but I know that the commentators made a point to say that there was no names on the back of their kits, and obviously you could see it, but like there was no names on the back of their kits, and it was very hard to distinguish even numbers, even their numbers, because it was like a thin black outlined, number. But it was funny because if you look at the front of the kit and you see the Adidas symbol, that was definitely full bold.
Yeah.
Adidas is like, you don't know it's me. Adidas is like, you're gonna know it's me.
Our purple kit's called Space Purple.
Oh, is that what this one is?
That's the name of it.
That
Lee likes it. Vase of Flowers I actually like it. I don't know. As a kit, it looks good for me. I don't know about you guys. But
it matters. Do you guys like what Nike has done with our kits so far, or
not?
Or are you disappointed in the sense of you rather bring back New Balance or even Adidas? We've had a bunch of kit kit runs.
Mm-hmm. I like the green one we had. Was it last season or the season before? Like a dark green with a nice pattern in there. I've got that myself.
Oh, okay.
That was nice.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Did you?
last season's red one at home was really nice.
Well, yeah. I thought everyone's. I think one of everyone's favorites was the cream one, the ivory cream kit. That was a hard kit to purchase, apparently.
But I think Adidas do a better job design wise.
Oh yeah, Adidas hands down.
Yeah,
Puma does a nice job too. To be honest, Adidas and Puma make amazing kits. To be honest with you, I think. But all right, but
I think New Balance was okay.
It's Nike, Brian. That's why That's why I was asking if you're like a fan, because I mean,
it's Liverpool. It's really easy. You give us a solid red home kit.
Mhm.
We're not one of those teams. So you give us a solid red home kit. That's all we need, right? You can change the colors. It's simple. We don't need mad stuff done, so there's no need to change that. Then you give us either a solid yellow or a solid green away kit. That's what we've always done. And then you can do whatever you want with the third kit. But we're one of those solid, we're not one of those teams that constantly has like weird changes to what they do. It's a fairly simple one. Liverpool, it's just solid red. Red top, red socks, red shorts. So just change the trim and don't mess around with it too much. And it's easy. So, and then just, let the graphic designers and the designers go wild on the third kit so they can sell it for fashion. You can see these guys, like, they're not being sold for, they're not being designed for what fans, they're been designed so they can be worn casually. That people will like them and want to wear them and be seen out in the street wearing them. Yeah. So that, that's really what it's all about. So it's simple enough for us. Like, it's basically, it's really hard to get it wrong when you're designing Liverpool home kit. Just a really nice solid red, pick a nice red color. Like, and I think I'm with everyone else. It's just like, it's like when a certain director directs a certain 2 or 3 movies, and then, a new director takes on the 4th one. It's like, but there'll always be that classic look and that classic thing to that movie. Well, like, that's Liverpool and Adidas. So you're right. Like, Liverpool and Adidas should always be together. They did it perfectly. So an iconic kit can come along easily, but we're all warned, and I think we're all right, that Nike are kind of lazy. They just give you these identical kind of kits, and they throw them out for everyone and don't expect tailored, unique stuff. I was like, okay, cool, but right, where's that money? So this better be worth the money. Like,
see, that's the thing. Like, I know, for instance, I'm getting asked, did I buy any of the Nike kits and which one? I did buy Nike kits. I bought last year's one? The one that was like the red with it had the green collar, but it had like kind of like not necessarily like kind of like electric, like kind of like you know what I'm talking about? I think it was the first Nike kit. What's that?
Last year's home kit.
Yeah, last year's home kit.
Yeah, I know the one with the little yellow thing in it.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Yeah, I think that was a year. So I know some people have started to gravitate towards the yellow one that they made. I think it was the same year as that kit came out. With the yellow one, it looked like people were early name for it was like the McDonald's kit. You remember one? You know what I'm talking about for Nike?
Yeah, it's an iconic 80s kit. That yellow
but
kit.
That's the thing, yeah. So for
that's,
instance,
that's why I say, like, if
so I have that 1981-82 kit basically because it's the same. Base of Flowers is saying his first LFC kit was 1981, 1982. The yellow away kit with lovely red stripe pinstripes by Umbro. We were European champions when my nan bought it for him. Big up. Rest in peace to his nan. Definitely. Rest in peace to his nan.
We going to talk about the game, or are we going to talk about kits?
Yeah, I got you. I love kits though, man.
No,
so much. I make my own kits, man. I even make my own kits.
I know you're on the clock, so
yeah. So yeah, I wanted to talk. I wanted to use this segment though because I think more so we were talking about where do we see Arsenal and what do you see for Liverpool's window? I'll go with Brian first, and I'll go to Jay Kismet. What do you guys see for Arsenal's window, January window, as if you want to even utilize this game as being some reference to how they have to navigate the waters of January, or And then also give me your ideas of what Liverpool need, if anything, for the January window.
Well, Arsenal, like I said all night, without a doubt, they just need a focal point that isn't Eddie Nketiah. Even Jesus comes out and says himself, he's an off the striker player, so Nketiah will do well, but not at that level. So that you put Tony into that team. If they're prepared to play Nketiah, they're prepared to play with a number 9. So put Tony in there. He got 20 goals last season. That's just, sometimes football is quite simple. That will work out really well for them. So does it have to be Tony? Obviously not, but can you get someone else guaranteed like that? Maybe an Ollie Watkins, right? Maybe they could go out and get him.
Mm-hmm.
But they have everything but that at the moment. But they've got tiring players. Like you were talking about Saka earlier on. I know you were having a little bit of fun. But like the guy has been just sensational for about 2.5 years.
He's a talent. He's a talent.
Yeah, no, he's been fabulous. There's a reason these guys love him. But we'd like if he was at Arsenal or if he was at Liverpool, we'd feel the same about him. But Arteta has flogged him. Like he has literally. He is their Salah in so many ways. In that he plays on the right wing, and there's nobody behind him who's a direct competitor for him that's anywhere close to his level. There's other players who can kind of play, but they don't have a direct right wing replacement for him. He plays every game. He scores most of their goals, gets loads of their assists, is just their 90-minute man. He's their talisman. He was their penalty taker. So in so many ways, he's exactly like their Salah. Mm-hmm. But they have the same problem where Mikel Arteta will just not rest this guy. And for the last 2 seasons, he's up there top 3 most foul players in Europe. The guy, I know he kicks out a lot, but he gets kicked up and down the line as well. He gets some harsh treatment. So the way this kid is going, if he keeps playing these kind of numbers, getting this kind of treatment, he's going to be finished by the time he's 28. So they need a backup. They need backup. Oh, come on, man. Seriously, come on. Player welfare here. If they want to see him being able to walk when he's 35, I mean, come on, look at the numbers, look at the minutes he's putting up. So they need a backup for him. I don't know why they didn't get one when they spent all that money on Kai Havertz. And so that would be, if money was no object for them, they really should get someone who can, it's the same problem we have with Salah, someone good enough to play, but who can sit on the bench. But this kid needs a break because you won't get it with England, you won't get it anywhere. Anytime it's a half-decent game, this kid's getting 90 minutes. And then, their striker problem, he will end up like Mo if they aren't careful.
That's certainly something.
Mo ended up on, I'm not sure. Pass. Yeah, he could do. If he does well for Arsenal and he stays fit for the next 8 years and goes nowhere, he will have unbelievable goals and numbers. But things will need to go really well for him. So, but moving on to us then, I think if it was not to confuse the situation, if someone said to me, right, one player in January, just one, you can, because we can machinate around it, but I couldn't put a name on it because which Mo then? A centre back maybe, but Kwanzaa is kind of changed my mind on that. I really don't know where we need something exactly in the best place, but I would say maybe a new centre half because Matip will leave eventually, but I'd still take another attacker. If you gave me a striker, if you gave me someone that was a £25 million, like a Goncalo Ramos 2 years ago, someone like that. Oh, I get you, Pops. I get you. Something like that, maybe just to freshen up that front line. I'd still take that. So give me, I'm a football fan. I want goals. If you gave me someone that comes in like a Diaz that we took away from Tottenham, because we weren't going to go for him until next summer, but all of a sudden we hear AC Milan are trying to buy him and they're close to a deal. So we go, hang on, right, we'll go in and get this guy now, and he's some young new kid. I'd love because that's always good.
Yeah.
But I suppose you're 6 months ago. I'm saying, oh, get this left-sided centre half that can also cover left back.
Right.
But now it's like, okay, how do you do that without blocking Kwanzaa? How do you bring in a new
Thank you,
midfielder
Brian.
without blocking
Brian,
by
say that again. Make sure that
But
people hear
I've been
that.
saying that, man. We've all been saying that this is one of the hardest jobs managers have. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
holy shit! I wasn't planning on having this wonder kid come in.
Yep.
Now it's like, right, but do I still want to go and get this guy? Does he save? I've been saying, oh, he'll save us £60 million. That's very easy for me to say. Now, I don't know what the club needs or wants, and it's like, because he's not going out on loan. He's too good. He's skipped the going out on loan bit again.
Yeah.
He's here to stay now. So it's like,
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you bring in someone that blocks his path? But Matip is leaving. So will they, no, it'll be fine. Never have too many good players. So yeah, if you say it to me, kind of head on, you go something in the defense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, look, we all love it.
So you want to, if there's anything you're looking at, possibly like a left center back.
The Ignacios in inverted commas, Hinsapes in inverted commas,
someone
whoever
that can cover left center back and also cover left back,
which is what everybody seems to think you need. Or else, hey, look, you never know. This is football. All of a sudden, Andre's name is popping up again.
I know. I wouldn't be surprised if Andre's name gets circulated one more time.
It's a quiet January.
It is going to be a quiet January, and especially considering the names that are like the high profile names, like you mentioned, Werner being one of them. Like we're doing a little bit of a retread, if anything, with some of these players. Yeah. But Jay Kismet, what are your feelings? One, you can tell us if you think that Arsenal, what Arsenal needs, if you want. Or you can say bun them if you want, and just move on to our Reds.
I would just say,
what do you want to see for this January window?
Hey, no. I had to come up with something on Arsenal, so he has to come up with something on Arsenal too.
Yeah, I think yesterday's game was when he took who did he take off the wing? He took the young lad who was playing. What's his name?
Reece Nelson.
He took
Reece
him
Nelson?
off.
Yeah.
He should have replaced. He should have switched him to the right, took Saka off, and put Martinelli on the left. As soon as he made that substitute, I thought, okay, it's going to be all right, because Reece Nelson was looking dangerous pretty much quite often, And I think Trossard instead of Havertz, he should have started with Trossard, man. Havertz is an air sort of player, where Trossard is more of a direct, let's get stuff done, type of guy. And Havertz doesn't. He just floats around. Doesn't do nothing really, but he just like, I can't really understand where Arsenal were playing yesterday. It was actually, we did pretty well defensively. So all in all, they need a number 9, a goal scorer. Jesus is called a winger now because he don't get enough goals as a striker, so they call him a winger.
Hey, that's
I'll
let you finish your point, because I have something to say about that too. But go ahead.
That does sound a bit familiar.
Say it. What are you gonna say?
Oh, what I was going to say was simply that your point is spot on about, like, it goes with what Brian was saying. When you have a Jesus, for instance, and Jesus in his mind believes he should be the starting striker, that's the position he's going for, that's the position he's brought in for, and now you're going to have a conversation. Arteta's going to have a conversation with him and say, we're going to move you out to left wing. It's similar to what a lot of people are wanting and seeing for Nunez. I just put up the comment from Base of Flowers. But like, as in, a lot of people are starting to try to gravitate him towards that left wing role more so than the 9 role. When in your mind, you're wearing the number 9 kit, and in your mind, you think you're the center forward. It's difficult to have these conversations with these players at times. I'm not saying with all players. I'm just saying with some players, it can be difficult to have that conversation to say, hey, I understand that in your mind, you're looking to be the starter for a position or a such position, whether it's striker, left wing, right wing, midfield, wherever, but it's difficult because just as Brian was stating about, like, for Kwanzaa, not many people had in their radar that Kwanzaa was going to emerge as such a contributional player to this team. Someone that was going to fit in like a glove so well for that back line and be able to take on the pressures that he has and has done with with aces, basically, when it comes to a lot of his performances. And there's been some growing pains and growing spells, like you expect of any youth player. But for you to then say hypothetically, okay, we're going to go get Ignacio, for instance, hypothetically, right?
Mm-hmm.
That now Ignacio is one thinking he's a 60, 70, whatever it is, £1 million player. He's now thinking, yeah, I'm not going to this team to sit on the bench. I'm not going to this team to be fourth choice, But in essence, even if Ignacio were to come to this team, do I want to see Ignacio start in front of and take away Kwanzaa's path towards, the emergence of the player we're witnessing?
For me personally, I wouldn't look. We've got 4 centre halves to play 2 positions for the rest of the season. Matip's not there, so we've got the 4. For me personally, That's enough, and I would rather get a decent top DM in, because we look at Endo. He never cost a lot of money, but when he's playing and he's playing okay, we look better. He sits real deep, and that's why for me,
we look like a different team for sure.
Yeah, and for me, a DM is a signing now we can make that will give a lot of fans a bit of peace of mind,
Well, I'll ask both of you this question, and I'll ask the chat too to give me your view on this. Would you be willing to bring in an Ignacio? Let's just say, because Ignacio, we can all agree, right, that Ignacio is probably like the more favored player right now of us getting. If we were going to go out there and get a player, I think he's like at the top of our list. Correct? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you be willing to possibly take away from Kwanzaa's playing time and take away from his pathway towards being a more, regular starter for an Ignacio? Because it's doing what you said. I don't know, Brian, you're still there, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, just make sure you're still there. But that's somewhat what we're in the confines of possibly doing, which is, if we bring in another center back, we have 3 quality center backs. That's not even including Matip, obviously, who's injured. We don't know where and how he's going to come back and everything and what it's going to take. And I'm not saying that I want to hitch my wagon to Matip going 2, 3, 4 years into the future. I think our club will do the gentleman thing to do, which is give him a year extension, allow for him to get settled, allow for him to possibly prove that he needs an extension beyond that. But I'm not going to say that we're going to just toss him to the side and be like, oh, thank you for your service. Too bad you got an injury, and we'll just keep it moving. I think we're going to give him a year contract, at least extension. But with that said, we still have 3 quality, and I mean quality center backs. Do we bring in a 4th that possibly takes away the pathway? Because we're going to see Virgil pretty much every day, any day. We're going to see Virgil pretty much play as our center back. So that's one name that's sharpied in. That leaves that center back pair to be either Ibu or Kwanzaa. But if you match in, and that's not even including Gomez, obviously. A lot of people have already given up on that somewhat. But who knows if Gomez still has ideas and aspirations to be that right center back again. But all things said, do you bring in Ignacio then and possibly thwart a Kwanzaa or thwart even a Gomez's pursuit of trying to be that center back? I'll ask you, Brian, how do you feel about that? And then Jay Kismet, tell me how you feel about that.
Well, this is the issue. So, I would be absolutely fine, because I look at it as 4. I think we have VVD, Kwanzaa, Kanate, and Gomez.
Right.
And Matip, I just get the impression that he's out the door at the end of the year. And that doesn't mean, hey, don't let the door hitch on the way out. Mm-hmm. This just means he's decided, done my time here, going to get myself a nice little 3-year deal in sunny Spain or sunny Saudi Arabia or something else like that. He may not necessarily want that 1-year extension at Liverpool. as nice as we shouldn't always assume that, like, because he might have his plans somewhere else. It's like, no, I've got a nice deal in Milan, nice place to live. I want to live in Rome for 3 years.
Yeah.
So
Or
maybe
let's go back to Germany.
yeah, maybe like these things are also on the cards as well. If he's happy to run his deal down, there's usually a reason on the player's side as well that they've got somewhere else in mind coming up. So if he comes back pretty soon, proves himself nice and fit, he's a good option to pick up on a free transfer. He's going to get a 3-year deal with a nice wedge somewhere, and he can go off and do that. So I've kind of put him in my head that he's out the door. Now, that's not a negative term, right? Out the door. It's just he's decided everyone's happy, parting ways, good company, no problems between anyone. And he's leaving in the summer. Same thing with Thiago. His time is up. Everyone's happy. He's going off to sunnier climes, somewhere new, a new challenge, nice big contract. Same with, I don't think we have anyone else. Adrian will probably, it's just time. Those will be like 3 players. Thanks very much. And they'll be going. So you're kind of replacing them like in January, maybe. But I still see us with 4. I still see us with Kwanzaa, Gomez, Kanate, and VVD.
Yeah.
So it's
the injuries to left back, just a real quick inject. The injuries to left back kind of make it more difficult to see when Gomez would be able to play in those center back roles because of what we have at left back. But I agree.
I think he's back. So it's not like all of a sudden a huge priority now. So like basically, and the other thing I wanted to say is I've been hearing this link to Ignacio for maybe about a year now, maybe more. That's not how we do business. Our targets aren't in the headlines for a year. We sign, but we don't. This has been out in the public domain for so long now. Ignacio. Maybe, like every club has a list of players. But this idea that our top transfer target is known to every press outfit under the sun, like, I don't believe that at all. Again, with Hinsape, I think we will have targets, but I don't think it's been the guy that everybody knows about and has been talking about. And it's like, oh yeah, guess what? We were after that guy all along. It all seems like that's not really how we get things done. So there might be but again, maybe like it's Kwanzaa has come along and said, well, we don't need that money there. So, but where do we go? Who do we bring in? It's always difficult to say that's what we can do, obviously, in that we can obviously bring in this player at this price to come in and improve us. That's the real problem, is to say, look at someone and go, well, this guy can, without a doubt,
like
improve Liverpool.
Like our Diaz purchase, like our Cody purchase, unless it's one of those, we have to get this done because another team is going to take this targeted player away from us. I don't see us doing big name business in the January window.
And I'm with JK. If that player comes along, that DM, that's a player we obviously want. So if that's something we can do, then do that, because we've seen how good. There was a lot of talk. It's like, but people say, "Oh, look, we don't want to play with a DM. We don't want to play with a DM. We don't want to play with a DM." And that was when we didn't sign one apart from Endo, and Endo wasn't playing.
There's another name too. In here, what Vasa Flowers says, other than Ignacio, there's another player that he was mentioning. I know that he's been in the headlines too. I don't necessarily know if hasn't been as highly as a big name. Can you see that? Do you need me to read it or can you see it?
What's that?
I was just wondering if can you see the comment? I put the comment on the screen.
Much as I'd like the opposite scenario, I don't see us buying Ignacio. That's it.
No, or the theater.
Yeah.
We'll get a cinema instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, theater's a centre back as well.
Yeah, I don't see either one of them coming. To be honest, it's not that it's an improbability. I'm just saying that I don't see us making big. I see it. A lot of times, people have to recognize the fact there's so many variables in the transfer market. Whereas I get that we want to bring in some high price, high value, big name or signing, something along those lines. But that means that that player is obviously not coveted enough by that team that they're currently on that they want to keep him. You know, 2, even if let's say, okay, maybe they've grown bigger than the club that they're on, and that's the reason why they're being marketed and they're being, touted by other teams. Still, that means that player has to have a formidable pathway into playing. Like most likely, most of these big name players aren't going to say, "Yeah, cool. I see that you have a starting lineup, but where am I going to fit in this lineup? Where am I going to start?"
That's the eternal problem. How do you buy a player that's good enough to deputize for Mo Salah, but also not play?
Yeah.
They're like one in what they don't exist.
They don't. Not the and then have the production or even remotely close to the production that Mo Salah has.
But the idea is that you have, hopefully, you have a smaller gap than the Salah to Doak gap, because you're going from a guy in numbers, appearances, legendary. I mean, you've literally gone from one end of the spectrum to a 17-year-old kid.
Well, here's
so
Adrian Pops has a question for both of you. Is Ignacio better than BBQ?
I mean, Pops, I'll say this constantly. I don't know, JK. I don't watch these leagues. I constantly come on these shows and I say, can anyone who has watched this guy play for 90 minutes more than once in the last 3 months tell me what he's like? The same with certain other players. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I read about these leagues, I follow them on other media and see what's going on, but I'm not watching the Bundesliga. I don't have time to. So it's like, have you watched Sporting for the last 3 months? Tell me how good this guy is. What can he do? I can only read about it, and you believe sort of, trusted sources, as it were. But I don't, like, I watch Kwanzaa play, and to me, Kwanzaa looks like a fantastic young centre-back that if he wasn't playing for Liverpool, we'd all be out here going, we need to buy that kid. We need to get him from, say he was, if he was playing for, JK, help me, a lower team.
Southampton.
Yeah, we're out there. Get us that boy now. Put 50 on the table for him.
Right.
Now, so I know that much because I watch him.
But don't you get into, also real quick, don't you get into you get very uncomfortably close to getting into what we got in with Lavia, which is get a player evaluation that is, over evaluated in price tag simply because he is being looked at Liverpool, or he's being looked at, your bigger clubs.
If someone wanted to buy him from us now, what could we charge? What were Chelsea charging for Levi Colwill? 60 million.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You're telling me
someone wanted easily 70 million. I would say 70 million for Kwanzaa.
That's wrong. The best comparison in my head is between Kwanzaa and Colwill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fans were going crazy. Yeah, they were like, "Oh, summer, let's get him Colwill from
exactly."
Chelsea." And I was like, "I'm not going to spend. It's not my money, but I wouldn't want to spend 70 million on him, considering he's been okay. Not like he's been world class. You know what I'm saying?" And Kwanzaa quietly just came along, and Kwanzaa's on a street now where the way we've played him, and he's come in, he's played, he's not played, and it's working fine. And we don't really want to mess with that. And that's why I wouldn't really go for a centre-back this January window, I'd rather go for a DM. And that's
I'm starting to lean that way myself, man. I'm leaning that way myself because I was just saying it earlier on. It's like, how do we, because I'm the same with Bajcetic.
Yeah.
Let's bring in someone, but don't be putting someone in Bajcetic's way either.
Exactly, Brian.
You're walking a tightrope, but I'm the same guy that will always say you can sell any player and improve your team when it comes down to the cutthroat stuff of winning Champions League and stuff like that. So this is the life of football. Will scramble your brain and it will make idiots and fools of everybody. So don't, be loose. Be prepared to change on the fly because football makes you look very stupid because we weren't talking about some of these players a while ago because that's fair. Like some of the stuff with Jota earlier on. Look, man, okay, I'm not going to – this is it. But if a guy has been really, really bad for 12 months and someone says, you know what, I think this guy has been bad for 12 months. I'd like to sell him. And 9 months later, he's been really good for 3 months. Let's allow a little balance here, okay? He may not have been completely wrong when he would have sold him a year ago. But yeah, players, they hang around, they get better. This is football. Players that were shit a year ago are much better now. Players that were brilliant a year ago ain't doing it this season.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not always about players. Things change very, very quickly in football. Someone like Shota, let's just see how he goes. I just think while Salah is away, we need someone like him who doesn't panic in front of goal. And we've got Arsenal, we've got Chelsea. We're going to need him to be doing what you talk about, popping up when it matters and scoring.
Does Hincapié have a release clause? Because I see Vasa Flowers saying £40 million would undoubtedly make Leverkusen sell us Hincapié.
Well, they can't
the
turn
league
down.
position could get better with $40 million to spend. I don't know what the release clause is for him.
I'm not sure if they have a release, but he wasn't being played at the start of the season.
That says something.
Get minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what was going on there. But even if he doesn't have a release, like a club like Leverkusen can't really turn down a £40 million.
But can they not if they're going for the league?
Not for a player like him. Not really. It'll be because you see it'll get pushed through by it's the way German football works. When you offer that kind of money, they just accept it for a player like that. It won't cost much more than that. Like he's not going to be. Like I said, I asked someone about it earlier on during the year on the Bayesian channel because he was dropped. I think he's Ecuadorian and he wasn't getting any games. It was like, what's going on with Alonso and Zappe? Because he was their top player last year. And yeah, it seems like maybe there might be some contract disputes or something like that going on. But again, I don't know. Like this is another kid who. On the other side, they've got Frimpong. Like people saying, we should be getting this.
Yeah, that's another player that
I'm just saying. Look,
in the talks of getting.
Yeah, just leave them all there for a couple of years, and when Xavi comes to Liverpool, then we can just bring him over. All right, just let him grow there, let him be good, let him get a thing, and then because it's going to be, it won't be long. It won't be long.
You know what? You're right about these players that a lot of have been mentioned in these forums, at least. One, you're right. It's nearly impossible to have watched all these players play, and especially significant roles or significant games. It's nearly impossible to watch all that kind of football.
No, unless you're a professional content creator that watches football for a living. Then yeah, cool.
Right. It is very. It's even then so because I see some of these pundits, and sometimes I think. Most of them don't really watch the games. I think they just watch the highlights and they have the high points brought up to them, and that kind of shapes their opinions of the player. But
it's like Darwin yesterday. I was thinking, just want to know your guys' thoughts about Darwin's game yesterday. I think defensively, what you saying, Brian?
No, I knew this was okay.
Yeah, like for me, I look football. I look at football as a painting, for example, and I see off the ball work. What does a player bring to the team?
Yes, that's very important. I agree with that. I'm the same camp.
And I think like McAllister yesterday, people say he wouldn't have a great game, but when you watch the game again, he took the ball off them guys so many times. And people don't realize that the sort of little things, Same with Darwin yesterday. He was heading out the box. He was running up and down, fouling Saka. And why wasn't Saka effective yesterday? Because of Darwin running up and down like a yo-yo.
No,
and that's why footballers don't need to judge a player. I think football's changed in the way of how you judge a player. Like for me, I'd rather have a guy like Darwin up there than someone like, I don't know, Erasmus from United or Jesus from Arsenal, for example. Right. The amount of work that guy does for the other players to shine is pretty amazing. And when Jota came on, them three they did some few nice moves, together. So I think we need to just support the players, man. Look at the bigger picture, not just stats, for example.
I feel you. I'm a stat guy. I know. That's not a shot at me, but I get you. I like to weigh in stats with the eye test, but I feel you.
Like Diaz, I was saying last week, we need to be Diaz on the right, give him a go on the right. Look at what happened in the second half yesterday. He switched to the right.
I was tearing them apart. I was saying the same things, Jake.
Last week, yeah. And that's football. Sometimes you've got to experiment to get the best result. And I think Darwin playing on the left and Diaz on the right and Jota in the middle can work until Salah comes back.
How about the cojones, as so eloquently put earlier, of Klopp to utilize an FA Cup game to experiment in? He basically experimented in this game by starting Cody Gakpo on the right. Obviously, Darwin and Diaz started in their more normal positions, but to enter into the second half by putting Cody in the middle, by putting Diaz on the right, by putting Nunez on the left, and then having those players during that segment never be so rigid in their positioning that they had to be central or left, right.
Change, yeah.
I can't tell you enough of how exciting this. You remember that Ancelotti comment about how we're predictable, quote unquote? I don't think there's anything about this lineup that says that you can say we're predictable. I don't think there's anything you can say about this lineup anymore that you can say is predictable.
Yeah, exactly. That was a long time ago. Carlo was on a wind up. You've got to. He's the master. Like, come on, don't let that get too deep. Come on. Have you seen the raised eyebrow? When Carlo says, if Carlo says you're predictable, like that was just before. That guy, he knows what the score is. Like this,
that comment's used against us quite a bit, though.
Yeah, because it's a quote. It's quotable football. I mean, it's just people just say, Don Carlos said it. So, Liverpool are predictable. Well, he's one of the best managers ever. He's on these guys are all, they'll say anything. And at the elite level and the best of Liverpool, we probably were predictable. But a lot of clubs these days are predictable in terms as you can predict what way they're going to play. It's it's not necessarily a bad thing.
But you know why? But Brian, why I was saying this is that the unpredictability of it is that not many people are going to think of when you look at the lineups, the sheer fact of when you see players somewhat playing in positions that you're not accustomed to seeing playing in, it makes a different approach. As in, if I'm hypothetically, I'm trying to think of who got put on. So, for instance, Saka having to take on Gomez. Okay, yes, you knew that Saka's always going to be on Gomez's side of the pitch primarily. When you see his approaches, when you see his takes, it's going to be them going back and forth with the exchanges of marking. But yet, for us, it's not the case. It might be Nunez on the left going up against White. There's opportunities where maybe Curtis overlaps and goes further up and causes problems for Ben White, who definitely should have gotten a card, by the way, for that push in the back against Curtis when he got shown up.
He needs to stay off the sunbeds.
Yeah, I know. Where is he? I'm about to say, there's been raining in England. Where has he been? He's gotten so much color.
No, and he isn't. Somebody said that to me yesterday, and I said, have you not been looking at this guy? Like, he is mildly tanned compared to his usual. You should look at him in basically the opening day of the season. Seriously, you're looking at this going, hang on a minute, this is pretty close to someone shining up here. Like, he's literally been spray tanned. It's wrong. Yeah, he has a serious addiction to tanning.
He looks like a contestant out of Love Island or something.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Jersey Shore.
He had that bleach. He had that bleach job as well. He started the season with that bleach job. He just looked absolutely crazy, man.
Yeah, he looked troubled. And you know what's sad about it is that on my ratings thing on the app that I use, he got the highest ratings out of the back four for them. And I thought Ben White I thought he looked poor in that game, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that'll all be run off the stats on passes completed and passes forward and so on. He does that all the time. He runs, so it doesn't take much. It's like bonus points in Sky Fantasy or things like that. It's volume of passes, forward passes, and all that. And that's what just tops up all these stats to feed into the things. And he looks like but then he doesn't actually do anything. Like he's a right back. He's a centre back playing at right back. Really.
Mm-hmm.
He's good, but they don't forget they spent 50 million quid on this guy. This is the money the Arsenal spent. They spent an awful lot of money.
Yeah.
Zinchenko, Jesus, cast-offs from City still cost a lot of money. Declan Rice, Saliba went out on loan for 3 years.
Oh, they spent over
Trossard.
a couple. They've spent nearly twice the money. I think Arteta has spent close to twice the amount of Klopp has for he's around 450. Yeah, look, if you can get into the weeds, you can really get into the weeds on that stuff. But he has spent more than it, basically. Yeah, he has. But it's they've still got like excellent young players like Ramsdale and Raya. Just swapping them two, that probably cost about 70 million. Yeah.
No, you don't see that in the Premier League. You just don't notice.
Declan Rice alone was over 100 million.
Yeah, like you don't see in the Premier League these days. You see the big fees, but you don't see where over the season these random players go for 20, 25, 27 million, and it all adds up.
How much did they spend for Jorginho? They even spent money for that, didn't they?
He only cost about 15 million quid. Honestly, I swear to God, it took me about 6 months. And over the 6 months, it's still, every time I heard Jorginho was playing for Arsenal, it reminded me that Jorginho was at Arsenal. I kept forgetting. Honestly, it's just like the biggest non-transfer of all time. But yeah.
It is a weird, they have a weird, I'm looking at Kai Havertz, Declan Rice alone, that's about 170 million at least in two expenditures in their summer transfer. That's my part and point. And then just tell me that you're going to go out there and spend close to another, if not another 100 million on Ivan Toney, who I don't think is $100 million player. Okay, that is some interesting business, to say the least. I want to say hello to Nilante joining us. What's up, Nilante?
Yeah, I did tough, man. Brian, as always, a pleasure, man. JK, hey man, how you guys doing, man?
All good, bro. Hope you're well.
Yeah, mate, oh god, after a long ass Monday, but yeah, I'm good, mate. I think we're all good after yesterday's shenanigans.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, the fact that we got a clean sheet, the fact that we scored, that the 2 goals make it seem like a little bit more of a result that you can brag about a little bit more so than a 1-0 own goal performance. It definitely was big up to see our boys perform the way that they performed. What are your ideas and concepts of the January window? You can give us since I made Brian and Jay Kisman do it as well. I'm going to ask you, what do you think Arsenal needs in this January window, if anything, and what do you think we need, if anything, in our January window? Or are you okay with the fact of us holding tight? And again, I'm going to say holding pat, simply because we have so many players that are returning from injury.
I'll get on to Arsenal first because they're going to need it anyway. But Arsenal, I think both of you said it. You all said they badly need a striker. They badly need. Let me tell you something. I spoke to a few friends of mine who are Arsenal fans, and they're all scared of Jota. They need a Jota. They need a proper gunman. and they were fearful for him, you know. So they definitely need that. I think with Arsenal, they still need another midfielder, I believe, because they're just too
Another
imbalanced.
midfielder.
Yeah, the midfield. I mean, apart from Odegaard, again, he's overrated in my opinion. He gets too much. They overhype him. And
Odegaard was getting
Partey,
away with murder by, you talk about like a player that was screaming and shouting and barking at I get you're the captain, but he was taking it to another level in that game. I'm surprised he didn't get a card for dissent a couple of times.
yeah. That's true, and I think the midfield options, because I mean, I would say Partey, but again, he's injury prone, unfortunately for them. So they're, and I think with Arsenal, they need another defender, whether it's left back or right back. Because I mean, I think we can all agree here, Shevchenko, he's absolutely horrible as a defender. Yeah, he can do the thing, but defensively, he's suspect. And Ben White, again, you know, they're all overrated him last season. Arsenal fans, team of the year, blah, blah, blah. But again, another one who's overrated. So, I mean, that's for me, for Arsenal. They need that if they want to have the signs in terms of challenging the title. Because if not, it's just going to be the same old story. They're going to talk the talk. They ain't going to walk the walk. And we're just going to come and just rinse them. And that fake Pep. According to Code Man, Mikel, the Code Man Arteta, that fake Pep. Yeah, exactly. So, man,
we have the real. We have our own Pep. How about that?
Oh no, Klopp is Klopp. He's a mind of his own, man. You know, Pep is Pep and Klopp is Klopp. But
oh yeah, I mean, no, I'm at Pep L. That's what I was thinking.
Fair enough, man. But I mean, flipping out that flipping fake Coleman Pep. I mean, talking all these moaning about VAR and oh my God, Saka. I mean, who doesn't get hacked? I mean, come on. I mean, all these newspapers overhyping the team. Oh, they play good football, but what does? I mean, yeah, in and out. But just the team's overhyped and the manager's overhyped. So it was just funny yesterday. And yeah, I mean, we can all say, sorry, I know I'm going off topic, but yeah, I was just saying, you know, yes, they could have been 3-0 up. I get that. They had a good, and I was a little bit worried because thinking that goal was coming. But what can they do? They didn't take the chances. And it's funny because I watched one of the guys from AFTV, Lee Judges, who's, I don't know what the hell he's been drinking, some Fosters, Budweiser, for him to say that's the worst Liverpool team to come to the Emirates. Oh boy.
Probably Budweiser.
Exactly, Brian. Exactly. And to say that they dominate the whole game was just, honestly, it's just funny, the bitterness. Because, yeah, we can concede the first half. Unless we did have a chance in the first half with Trent off the crossbar. And then second half, it was even. And then after, I think, the first 10, 15, we bossed it, really. And, yeah, they had half chances, 1 or 2. But, I mean, and then when Jota and Gravenberch came on, you know, Jota the shutter, the gunman, and Gravenberch, and then it levels. I mean, funny enough, guys, did you see I was laughing, Jones skill on the touchline to White, and he had to WWE him, give him a bit of a clothesline. That was funny as well.
I didn't see that.
So,
a little ago.
Yeah, watching.
I know. Yeah, I know.
No, Brian. Yeah, JK. Yeah, that was hilarious, to be honest. I didn't say. Gonna take the hat, but yeah. So
then if they obviously I think they're overvalued, overrated. You're saying basically, but who do you see? What do you see about our team then? Do you think we need anything in the January window, or not? I mean, obviously, people might obviously say we need this, we need that. I get that concept, but do you think it's essential that we refresh at a certain position, or we get a certain player to fill that role that we're missing, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think so.
Who is that player for you too, by the way? Who is that player? Because I know a lot of people always, not you, but there are people that will be like, oh, yeah, we need a better coach, or we need a better this, or we need a better that. And then you go, well, who is that player? And they're like, well, I don't know. Like,
yeah. Exactly.
So who is that player? Who is that? What is your focus?
Well, to be honest, at the start, I was saying we badly need that DM, but if I'm honest, we're too full in midfield because at the end of the day, because Endo really is an DM, and then we've got quite a few midfielders, so we don't really need that capacity unless we sell. And then if we do, you know, and if Trent comes into there, that's another story. So we don't need that. So the midfield. So what I'll do is focus on defense.
Mhm.
We definitely need a full central defender. We could be, but possibly I'm thinking fullback. And one person I have in mind is Mr. Frimpong from Bayer Leverkusen.
Okay.
Yeah, Frimpong. Yeah, he's very good. He's looked at quite a few clubs, so he's someone in my mind to do a job. And there's another one which will shock a lot of people, but I've been watching him. I know he's gone to the Championship, but for as a squad player for us, I think he could do a decent job, and that's Carl Walker's Peters.
Mm.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I think we could do some job, and and there's someone like that that can just release Trent to, because I'm tired of him in defence, if I'm honest. And don't get me wrong,
Is he still at Southampton?
yeah, he is Brian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, right, okay.
yeah, he's still there. So he's still playing, and yeah, he's been having quite a good season from what I'm reading about him. But yeah, again with you, yeah, go on. Sorry, you're gonna say something.
No. I was gonna say real quick. Yeah, this is a shout too because Vase of Flowers just put in here. I'm literally desperate to see a fit Stefan Bajcetic return and play in Liverpool team that is winning than losing last season. But the only reason why I bring up that statement is because we could see. This is just my perception. You know, this is my perception, my take. But considering we did see Bajcetic play one game so far this year, and the one game he's played was right back, you know, and play somewhat. Obviously, we understand that Bajcetic's a midfielder for us. We can play that midfield role and everything else. But maybe Klopp in his mind is thinking, okay, well, let me see how he does in this inverted role. You know, maybe that could be.
I didn't want to say that, man. I loved him in that position. Like, I know we're basing a lot of it
on Europa.
What he did, but what he did last season, he was so good when he came in.
Yeah,
played at 8 games in Premier League, and he was like, everyone's like, damn, who's this kid? In the middle, absolutely, as the kids would say, balling out, like, and yeah, he looks like he's born to play. You know what I mean? It's like I love players like him. Like Alonso is my favorite player. That kind of a player like him. I love seeing a player like him. Real quality on the ball. So an injury happens, yeah. But then when he plays in the inverted role, and I was thinking, oh hell yeah.
Exactly.
This makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Because he was, started off as a lot of kids do. If you play at centre back to work your way in, but obviously Klopp says you're good enough to play in Premier League midfield. But then you play in that role, and he moves in. It's like, oh, I want to see that again. I definitely want to see that again. That works so well. Now, where that leaves Trent to play, I don't know. But yeah, it only happened once, so I don't like to go on about it. But yeah, I loved when I saw us lining up. But by setting it right back, I was like, oh hell yeah, let's do this. This will look really good.
Mm-hmm. I don't know too much about Bella Kachap.
Just a really good central defender, German kid, highly rated.
Yeah,
really highly rated. Young centre back, about 20.
What's the price? Do you think? Are we talking 40 million, 60 million?
No, low.
Low. So he's like an up and coming, but
yeah, he's at Southampton. Yeah, he's not going to cost like billions.
I'll have to do some research on him.
Yeah, he's a young kid. He ball playing centre back, strong. Virgil van Dijk type.
Oh, Virgil van Dijk-esque?
Yeah, no, I mean, stupid comparison, but yeah, a young ball playing centre half, 18 at Southampton, German, but yeah, super highly rated. But they bought a few of them over the last couple of years. Southampton have really good young players.
They always do, though. Southampton,
but
they tend to get a lot of their academy players or the players that they bring into their team. I mean, they're in essence, sometimes they are a virtual academy team, of players playing when they were playing in the Premier League, at least, playing in the Premier League. But they normally always have they've got some really good players. I thought
we should have bought Tadic off them instead of freaking Ricky Lambert.
That would have been a shout.
Tadic went on to have some career at Ajax after he left. Tadic was like one of the best players in Europe, numbers wise, after he left Southampton at Ajax.
Southampton still in the FA Cup. They won 4-0.
Oh, you got freaking Ricky Lambert. We just couldn't stop buying Southampton players.
Yeah, Tadic was the best out of them.
Yeah.
He's at
Yeah,
Fenerbahce now, yeah?
Lallana worked out. You know, I'm not going to like Lallana. He was a net positive, definitely, as they say. Like he was. Klopp loved Lallana. He was brilliant for him.
Yeah, Lallana's good for us.
Klein. Yeah, that worked for a while. That was good. Wasn't a disaster. But who were the other ones? There was Lambert.
Lovren.
Lovren, what would you give that? 50-50?
Yeah.
When he was good, he was good.
Yeah.
When he was good, he was good.
No, Lambert was good when he's good. Yes, I agree with that.
No, not Lambert. Lambert wasn't good when he was good. Lambert was
Yeah, he was
bad.
good when he's good.
Lambert was just
like-
bad.
like-
No, Lambert was just bad.
Mane was the best out of them.
Mane, of course. Yeah. So, Jesus, addicted to Southampton players.
Yeah. Oh, this is a shout too. Nigel saying, I still don't understand why Trent takes corners. My 105-year-old man could take a corner with hobnail boots. Total waste of Trent's skills.
Oh, well, that's a bit
I mean,
strong.
he did get the goal. He did that. I know it was an own goal, but
Well, he forced that. He forced
that in.
But that was from a
ball
free
was
kick.
Going in. If
But
he didn't make any connection with that ball, that
Yeah.
ball's going straight in the net.
That was from a free kick,
no.
though. That was from
Yeah.
a free kick, not a corner. But yeah, he forced. Yeah, leave Trent on corners because his good ones are better than.
I was going to say this, Brian, real quick. I was going to say, you know who I thought had a decent. Elliott was taking some nice corner kicks for us, I thought.
Yeah, look, they can
Yeah,
all
but-
bend a good ball in. Sabazza, they can all that's why they're at the club. These guys are elite
Yeah.
footballers. When you
Yeah.
give them enough chances, but it's under pressure, putting it in the right spot at the right time. So most balls they don't beat the first man. It's just a weird thing. Whatever, get over it. Which is why short corners may be a bit better.
I think you were talking about it, weren't you? Or I think
Look,
it was you, Pops, or
Trent is
swinging
best.
or out swinging. Those kinds
Trent
of.
is best when he does that thing yesterday, where he tries people where you've got that thing where people going, was he trying to score there? You want to try and force something. Just bend one in where it's either going to hit the bar, the keeper's going to save it. It might be an own goal. It's one of those things, and he's one of the best in the business at that.
Yeah.
I think Szoboszlai as well, but yeah, take him off corners. I don't know. Like, look, it's just a good thing. It's for Liverpool. It's like, oh, we've got 6 guys who are deadly at taking corners.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't be
would
taking Trent. No, I'm not taking Trent. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not taking Trent off any dead ball scenario. I'm sorry. Share him out, yeah, but no, he's
the number one, yeah.
That's
look at
just
the
like
form
saying-
he's coming into. Look at the form Trent is coming into. It's picking up.
Oh,
Look
absolutely.
at every game. He's getting more and more and more involved. He could have had a couple of goals the other week. He's getting involved.
Would you take him off of free kicks and give it to like Dom or give it to someone else?
Man, look at what
I
happens.
wouldn't. I'm just
when
asking
Salah
the question.
leaves.
Just asking the question. I'm not.
No,
I'm not
look what happens when Salah leaves. Trent will automatically pick up some of that slack that's in the team. He knows that there's a gap now in front of him where Salah was going to be creating a lot of stuff. He knows that it's up to some of the other players to really step in and fill these things. And he's one of those players that from that right-hand side can't do what Salah does in terms of the goal scoring stuff, but he can fill in terms of creativity, causing a bit of danger from that. So look out for him over the next couple of weeks to really.
I was. This is why Dom's injury kind of makes me a little sad that he's not getting this opportunity. Because I think that this is the time for Dom to really find his form.
Looks like he could be back for Bournemouth.
I'm hoping,
which is the next league game. So we might just miss the 2 cup games.
That'd be cool.
We might get lucky that way.
And get him back for the Prem. I think that this is an opportunity for him to really to kind of get his form and get his confidence back to the levels that we need it to be. And also, it might be a case where you don't have to see him. I've said this time and time again, like as in, because I was getting pushed back for my Gravenberch comment or Gravenberch take, which was I think Gravenberch is a player that could. I think Gravenberch could make a shout to be that hybrid DM on this team as well. Not necessarily a destroyer, but to be that kind of like Huh? But to be not that destroyer, but to be an option of a player that we utilize to be in that box to box midfielder. Kind of like, and why I'm saying that is because yesterday's game, despite the fact that Gravenberch wasn't heavily featured, I think Gravenberch's inclusion in that game was more reminiscent of what we see Dom perform for us than it was what we've normally seen Gravenberch be asked to perform. Am I alone on that take, or?
Yeah, I mean, I see your point, to be honest, Tom, but I think just Gravenberch just kind of just played his game, which he really should be, which is, shielding, picking up ball and dribbling with it. But one thing he does need to get better is his defensive side, because he's a bit sloppy at times.
Yeah,
he really is. But again, that will come anyway because he's learning our system, our style, and once he has that under control, trust me, he's going to be a beast.
Yeah.
He's either good or bad to Gravenberch for me. Yesterday he came on, he played brilliant. He was carrying the ball. And then he has games where he comes on, he can't find his feet,
Yeah.
So
Yes.
He's sort of 50-50 with him. Same with Kanate, I was saying he starts games pretty slow, but the second half he steps up real good.
Right.
And yesterday, he had a rocky first 10 minutes sort of, but after that he was solid, So that's what happens with players.
Would you guys be against that if you saw? And I'm talking about not necessarily as a destroyer. Again, I get the defensive measures aren't necessarily his bread and butter. He's not a destroyer, but he has played DM1, and I know that some people were, and in the beginning we were trying to figure out where we could play him. I know we have a log jam at 8. We have a log jam at our midfield is pretty stacked. This is just as Nolante said earlier. If you look at our midfield, it is pretty stacked. Whereas with players that are either going to be returning, as in your Brachetics, your Diagos, okay, but you also are pretty stacked with players in the midfield, serviceable players in the midfield. When you have Elliott, Curtis Jones, Gravenberch, Dom. All serviceable players that can play in multiple spots on the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
It makes not trying to beat a dead horse, but it makes what Brian said that much more pertinent in that taking how and where do you find a pathway towards you getting playing time? Like, it makes it, Elliott has taken on this role that he probably never associated himself being with, which is this super sub role that he's taking on right now. I get that. He doesn't necessarily want to be a super sub per se, but it's a pathway to him getting playing time. Curtis Jones certainly thinks of himself as a starter nowadays, but that number 8's position is the most highly packed position on the pitch. If you look at it for our midfield, a good number of the players can all play left midfield, whether it's even, we even have the point where we have players like Cody being pushed into that role of that left-sided 8. So it's about where do you find an opportunity to contribute and have a pathway towards being a player, being a starter, getting minutes.
Yeah. Injury suspensions are going to give you, and like international breaks, what's happening now, the Asia Cup and stuff, are going to give opportunities to each player. We're in 4 competitions.
Yeah.
So, that's the only reasons that we say we've got a packed midfield, but the number 6 position, we've only got Endo really. And that's why I would go and buy another DM. So we've got 2 in that position to play for the rest of the season.
Are you guys, Jay Kesman, tell me this. Are you, and Nolante and Brian, tell me as well, are you to the point now that the left-sided 8, as Beijing Pops is saying, is Curtis Jones' spot? Like he's sharpied in as being the starter for the left-sided 8?
Well, the thing is, McAllister was the guy we thought was going to play that position for us.
That's why I'm asking the question. That's why why I'm asking the question.
Yeah,
and keep in mind, even preface that with the players that are returning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think of it as is because we've all pretty much said that Dom is our right-sided center mid, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if Dom is definitely going to be hands down our easy pick at right center mid, that leaves obviously our 6 and our 8, our left-sided 8 being the positions left in our midfield. We're all at the place and point where we're saying Endo should be a starter, if not Maka. So Maka or Endo could be the starter at the 6 for us there.
Yep.
What is that? Is Cujo? Tell me yes or no. Is Cujo our sharpied in left-sided 8? I know no one wants to step up and take that question, but anyone, Brian,
address it to someone.
Huh? Oh yes, sure, Brian. It was just an open question. Brian, you can take at it first if you want.
Yeah, this is one. Yeah, I was trying to follow the whole thing. So we've gone from Gravenberch. Yeah, that's how he gets in, is by basically being in the squad. And when, like JK says, spots are going to come up, you're going to get in the team. Make yourself undroppable.
Yeah,
that's how you get in this team. But if you're just someone that the manager sees as someone's going to come in and out, you're also going to get all those games now at the moment. The card is shown, like, that's just how, this is how you get in the team. Like, when you watch, Gravenberch is he's helpful because when you watch him, he's not like Harvey Elliott or McAllister. McAllister can have like a brilliant game, a really good game. And unless you're watching him specifically, you won't really notice it because he's just ticking over, never missing a pass, great first touch, always finding his man, beating the press, but you don't really notice it so much. Whereas when Gravenberch is having a good game, you see what he's good at. It's really freaking obvious. Beating players, powering through the midfield. He's a showy player, like. And when he's not playing well, you really see the mistakes that he's making. So he's that kind of player as well. It's like, right, you can see that still in his game, so you can understand why he's not quite. We have to start him.
Okay, so you're saying that he's not, because I mean,
no, but I'm just saying with Jones. I'm going to move on to that. I think if right now, tomorrow, he wants to go with his best settled, most balanced midfield, he's going to go with Endo, he's going to go with Szoboszlai, and he's going to go with McAllister. Because everybody wants he wants McAllister out of that. Everybody has been saying from day one, McAllister isn't the 6, McAllister isn't the 6, stop playing him as a 6. It's like, well, we don't have one. Endo isn't ready yet. Now Endo is playing. Everybody's like, Endo's brilliant, let's play Endo all the time. Right, okay, so that should do what? Free up McAllister to go forward into the 8 where we bought him to play. And that's where we bought Szoboszlai to play. Now, again, this is like one of those headache scratchers because football football has this really annoying rule where you're only allowed to play 11 players.
Right.
So there comes a point where someone has to lose out. And it's not like, oh, I'm leaving out Jones, so I think he's trash. I hate him. It's like, no, you want this guy, you want this guy, you want this guy. The best 2 attacking 8s in the team, I still think, are McAllister and Szoboszlai. So do you want Endo or do you want Jones? Because Jones, like Pops was saying, he's sewn up that left-hand side. I think he kind of has too. But it's going to be one of those kind of difficult conversations where, you've done nothing wrong, but do we drop you or McAllister because Szoboszlai plays the other side? So I just, if Endo is tying, like I said the other day, the rug, that ties the room together, Endo is tying the room together right now. He has to play there. Then we have to play our other 2 new summer signings, which means, we're in this unfortunate position where Elliott can't play, Jones can't play, but that's elite level football. That's what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, it takes away pathways for Clark. It takes away pathways for...
Yeah, that's the thing. But like we say, man,
it takes away pathways for these players that are youth players that show promise.
But that's it, man. Do you want to play them in the Champions League finals more? That's it. It's 11 players, man, and it's when you get to this level, there's very little room at the table.
Right.
Very little room at the table. So we want the best players in the world, and we all love having the young players come through. This is why we shouldn't be trying to bin off these competitions that we're in, because this is the chances for these guys to play. And a Trent might come through, but we can't have it both ways. We can't have top players that are good enough to win us competitions and also have the thing, which is why, I don't begrudge Klopp any of this stuff. Having turned around to a Bajcetic and go, Jesus, you're one of the best young kids I've ever seen, and I'd play you every day of the week if I could, but I've got to win.
I can't find a spot for you.
And this is something I wanted to point out, maybe to some. Again, we have no idea how lucky we are. We really, really don't have any idea how lucky we are. Jurgen Klopp would have to lose 15 games in a row to even be under talk of being under pressure of losing his Liverpool job, right? So he has the relaxation period, the leeway, the knowledge that he's safe in his job, that he can actually plan with some of these kids for 10, 12, 18 months. There's managers in the Premier League, if they lose 3 games, they're out the door.
Yes.
They don't have time to bed in a Bajcetic or bed in. They lose 6. If they don't win 20, more than like 40% of their first 14 league games at Norwich or Nottingham Forest, they're going to get sacked.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have time to bring in project young kids, especially playing at the elite level. We don't realize how lucky we are that a manager can sit there and go, yeah, well, I'll still be here in 2 years, so he'll be here. No, very few managers in the world can sit there and go, I'll be here in 2 years. Almost none of them. They could be sacked in a heartbeat.
True.
So
Very true.
we have this comfort zone here where we go, Klopp will still be here in 2 years and he'll be looking after these kids, pathways, bring them through. I mean, someone down at Spurs, if Ange Postecoglou goes on a bad run of 10 games, he's out the door. Pochettino, Chelsea, out the door. These are big clubs, not to mention the likes of Wolves, Villa, where, you should play 4 kids and we'll be brilliant in 6 years. Yeah, owners ain't going to ask for that. It looks nice for the fans. You bring them on in a cup game. That's not going to win you points in the Premier League. And for most, yeah. So we should. Pep Guardiola has similar stuff, but we're very lucky. We're in a privileged position to be able to say, yeah, our manager will be here in 2 years.
So long story short, yes or no? Yes or no? Cujo is our left-sided 8.
Oh no! I said no. I said McAllister.
Oh, you did say yes.
No, that's what I said. It was McAllister,
Okay.
Sabazai, Endo. If that's the 3, it's just unlucky Curtis.
Oh yes, I know. You said Maka. I just want to make sure. So
McAllister.
Maka is your 8. Okay. How about you, Jay Kismet?
Personally, I would go with, until Endo comes back at least, I would play McAllister if he's fit enough on Wednesday against Fulham as the 6 and Jones on the left, and I think it would be too early for Szoboszlai and whoever on the right then. So what I like about Jones, what I was saying last season, for example, or the last 2 seasons, was for me, Jones was always a second too slow in decision making and moving the ball. And then last season, at the end of the last season, he made it into like half a second. And now this season, he stepped it up where he's on point now. And yesterday, for example, he was playing like a sweeper midfield role. I was watching his gameplay, and he was covering a lot of spaces where danger could happen, and he was just like reading the game pretty well. So for me, Jones has stepped up, maybe to start more often for us now. For example, I wouldn't be so worried about him,
Mm-hmm. Okay. How about you, Nolante? What are your feelings? Do you think that Curtis is a sharp-eaten left-sided 8 for us, or do you agree with Brian in that you would prefer to see Maka there instead of Curtis at the moment?
Right now, if we're talking about form, then and Jones decided to start. If I'm honest with you, to be fair, I mean you can't fault him. He's always had the potential, and as he said, I think I listened to him on the podcast about Stevie G had to have some, with his youth academy coach. He had to have words with him on certain things about his ball retention, etc. And he was always a prospect. He was quality for the for the under 18s, and so the pennies just kind of just maturity, and the pennies kind of dropped. So if we're talking about midfield, you're talking about a current midfield right now in regards to injuries, etc. Yeah, Sobo, he's just off form. He just has to bench it. He's got to be players in form. So yeah, man. I would go for Wednesday. Oh God, I'll go McAllister, Jones, and Gravenberch. So Sobo, man, he's got to hold that bench. I'm afraid he's been off it, and work hard, but this is Liverpool, man. We can't pick favoritism, So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Szoboszlai's running is like what I've noticed about Szoboszlai this season. The guy don't stop running, and he really sort of puts a lot of pressure on the opposition when he plays. So he might not score a goal every game or an assist and stuff. And I think Klopp's told him to do that sort of role, to bed in. Like him and McAllister have been playing roles where they wouldn't be normally playing, for example. And I think it will make them an all-round midfield type of players, where McAllister can play DM now, for example. He isn't as bad as we really think. He gets a lot of tackles in, and he can play left-sided. So we've turned him into a dimensional type of player. And I think with Szoboszlai, he probably hasn't ran so much in his life what he's done in the last 6 months or so, So, and I think, he needed a rest. And I think Wednesday is going to be too early for him. And I think Bournemouth too early as well. So, all in all, I would say they've become more versatile type of midfield players, them guys.
Yeah, but can I just say I thought the question was if everyone is fit.
Yeah, that's a different question.
What's your guys' take? I thought the question was like if everyone is fit. And okay, maybe not Thiago and Bajcetic are unmatched fit, right? Okay, so but I thought, if it was everyone is fit and ready to go, what's the midfield three? Not against Fulham, but for me, that's what I was thinking. I'd be interested in what you guys think on that one, because that for me is the Endo, McAllister, Szoboszlai one. If they're all fit.
If they're all fit, that was my real, because I understand as of right now, we have to just play the cards we have. Endo's not here, obviously that adjusted, whereas we're somewhat forced to utilize Macca. We even saw Curtis Jones play DM a little bit for us in the Arsenal matchup.
If we try and start Endo against Fulham, we may have a bit of a problem.
If we would try, we would. We certainly would. But that's what I was just asking because I still am I'm kind of dying on this. I'm willing to die on this hill somewhat, but that is I still think that Curtis Jones is our most essential center or our most essential midfielder, and that's going even beyond Macca, going beyond Endo.
So what's your three? What's your three? If we're doing a midfield three tomorrow and everyone's fit, what's your start?
Oh, if everyone's fit. Oh well, if everyone's fit, then I have no scruples to say that
Jones, Endo.
Yeah, you know where I would go. I would go like Thiago in the 6.
Oh no, sorry, I meant let's imagine that Bajcetic and Thiago are still on the.
Oh, still on the men.
Still on the men. So the guys that we're talking about, the Endo, Gravenberch, Jones, McAllister, Szoboszlai, Elliott. What's your starting three from that?
I value what Macca has given us in this.
No, I know. We know we do. But what?
No. I'm just giving a little context in that I do like the hybrid DM role that Klopp is going with. I do like the offensive presence it brings to our team. But I like the fact that when Endo is in the team, it brings a whole lot more structure to our midfield, in my opinion. And I would say
that's Endo in.
Huh?
So that's Endo in.
Yeah, so I would put Endo in at the 6.
Yeah.
I would put Curtis Jones at the 8 on the left side at 8, and I would put and we're talking about like current form and everything involved in it, right?
No, you're from that
only because in current form, I would would possibly even see about Maka playing on the right hand side and utilizing Maka on the right side. Because I don't want to see Curtis Jones on the right side. I don't know if he necessarily works there. And I value Elliott. I think Elliott's good, but I don't think he's to start. So I would go if I was going to run front three, it'd be Endo, Curtis, and Dom. But on current form, I would go as far as to say Endo, Curtis,
Jones.
Curtis, and Maka as my three.
So you'd be dropping out Sabazlai. So okay,
I would drop Sabazlai on form, just on form alone.
No, you have no. Look, I've only given you 3 places, so you have to pick 3 players. You don't. Don't worry, I get it. Like, you have to drop somebody. We all have to drop somebody. I had to drop Jones.
Isn't that Brian and Jay Kismet? Because I know me and Delonte spoke about this backstage one time, and it's one of those things where, for instance, I know a lot of people are calling for Trent to be moved into the midfield. And it's one of those things of like, yeah, that's great and all well and good. But then that means, where do you put Dom? Does it mean Curtis Jones is now relegated to bench? He's obviously, you're not going to put Trent at the 6, most likely you're not going to, at least, So like, it's one of those things like you're saying, we have such a log jam. We have an fortunate / unfortunate problem of having so many options that makes it a difficult equation to break out.
Yeah, but with football, I think options are really important, and I think
I'd rather have these options than not have them.
Exactly. So, and for me, the 3 midfield guys I would go with, if they're all fit, it would have to be Endo, McAllister, and Sabazlai. Yeah, for me.
I see. Yeah. See, I'm getting called out. I love Liverpool said Endo doesn't start over Mac. I know we're all hyped. He's been good lately, but he's not benching Mac. I just think it matters what we're looking from that 6. I think Endo is for what
I think he starts with Mac.
Huh?
I think he starts with McAllister.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, in a pivot role or
no? In a 3. My 3 is Endo in the 6. The 2 8s are Sabazlai and McAllister.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of, I think sometimes people overlook the roles of players, how we call people squad players and this and that, and I think that, like, I know people are all kind of pressed against the fact that they think Dom is playing this Hendo role right now, and he's not being able to really sufficiently show off his skills and his talents. Because he's getting pushed into the coverage of that right center mid role that ends up tracking back a little bit to cover for Trent or to cover defensively, which I think is important because it starts our counters and everything else and has coverage for when we get stuck out. But I definitely I enjoy the fact that we have options, as Jay Kismet said, and having these options makes us so versatile. I think of us as I think of Klopp as being Bear Grylls, isn't that his name? Bear Grylls. In that he's got his Swiss Army knife is all these players that he can just like utilize whatever way he needs to utilize them. He's able to make the most out of these players, because some of these players we've seen in different roles, and again, it goes back to what we were saying about I liked when I saw Bajcetic at the right, in that right back / inverted role. I like the option of utilizing Bajcetic either as an 8 or as a 6 when he comes back. We can utilize Thiago as that Bentley that we occasionally take out for spins, in the 6 or even as an 8 if necessary. There's so many options on this team come midfield. So many different. It's a shame that a lot of our options have been depleted by these unfortunate injuries,
and Gravenberch, you're forgetting. And Gravenberch, come on, this guy, big signing for us. Got to play in midfield sometime.
Yeah. See now, and this is what this. So I'll bring up this comment, and this is a conversation. You know, I love Liverpool because I appreciate his comments. So he says, I hear that, but the idea that Endo is a better DM than Mac is just not even true in his opinion. He runs more and goes harder on challenges, but Mac makes more tackles, interceptions, blocks, etc. It's a style thing, and that last part I can agree with. It is a style thing.
This guy.
It's a style thing, in that I can understand your concept. I just think of it as like when it comes to Endo, for me, knows when he's referencing style, just knows the role of what a destroyer is more intact and more inclined to do. I will admit though, Maka has grown into the role. That I think we can all agree with, right?
Interception wise is really up there stats wise, you know. I'm not into stats and stuff, but McAllister, look, we lost one game in the league all season, and McAllister played the DM role for majority of the season. So it's Endo's only come in the last 6 weeks or so. So McAllister
I think
was
it's
doing that job.
5-6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've lost a game that Endo's played in. I don't think, or
no, but we haven't lost the games that anybody's played in.
No one.
Like you could say that about 90% of the players. We haven't lost the game that because we haven't lost games. So that, that applies to most of the players.
Yeah. Milante, you're about to say something too. You want to add to something?
Yeah, and I was just saying regarding that comment, what Liverpool was saying, like, I hear that, but again, let's not get caught up on the stats thing, man, because stats can only lead you elsewhere. Look, end of the day, Endo is a better DM than McAllister. That is his job. That is his role. And McAllister
as a destroyer,
destroyer, and the DM. That's he's operational. That's his style. McAllister, yeah, he's done the job, but you can't just say that. Oh, McAllister, yeah, he's done all right. Don't get me wrong, but there's been times, and I watched games that McAllister's been sleeping, and he's nearly cost us goals. It's only because of certain last defending and our firepower that is just. Because we haven't played well for the majority of the season, that has just stopped us from losing games. So we need to bear that in mind with McAllister and this DM thing. But he's done a decent job for someone that's not his position. He's done a decent job, but I wouldn't start comparing with Endo and tackling well, because that's not him. But so we just need to keep it bear in mind.
Yeah, I can understand. My perception in and this is my opinion. My perception of the difference between Endo and Mako is one is more offensive minded and the other one's more defensive minded. And when you say DM, which means defensive midfielder, you're going to tend to go towards the defensive minded DM. Being the choice of being the choice that you make over the offensive minded one. But if we look at our DM role this year, other than Endo, we do not have a destroyer on this team per se. We have a bunch of sixes that are all or players that could play the six that are hybrid six. And I'm calling them hybrid sixes because you're not expecting Fabinho style results. You're not expecting that kind of coverage, At least that's just my opinion.
I think Endo gives the team a DM who sits where McAllister more of a drifting DM where he wants to get involved in the attack more, for example. Yeah, he's not naturally a DM. So
Endo occasionally does find himself getting involved. Certainly, because he has a couple of goals this year. So obviously he's taking shots and getting those things in, but not to the level of Maka with his ability to make passes. His ability, that's what I think you're saying as well, Jake, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, I know. Just like the what we were saying about is different styles. There's different type of style DM when they play DM. They're different style of playing DM. Where I think McAllister is very good at intercepting, where Endo's more good at slide tackling, for example. And when to foul and stuff.
I also am just saying that at times we get into these versus categories, this person is better than this person. At times, why can't we just say we just got two good options? Basically, what I think that's at least my perception. We have two good options. We have more than two good options, but we have out of these two players, we have two options to decide on which direction, what is needed for the opposition. This will be my last question, and this will be my last question because this is a question that I've asked in a couple of different forums, and it kind of gives context to where and how then you look at things. Big up to Nice Voice Guy. He's asking. No, FSG is not buying Ivan Toney, nor are they buying Osimhen. I'm sorry, that's just not happening. I mean, not that I wouldn't mind seeing that happen. It's just probably not happening. But this is the question I'm going to ask, and I'll try to bring as much clarified context to it as possible. Do you want a team that opposition has to change for, or do you want a team that we can change for our opposition? So that's simple. Nalante, we'll start with you. Would you like a team that is changeable, that you can change for your opposition, or do you want a team that the opposition has to change for you? Like for instance, because I know we got and I'll give a little preference, we got so stuck in knowing our front line for the longest time was going to be Mane on the left, Bobby in the middle, and Mo on the right. There was no real gravitation from that unless it was injury or unless it was maybe a cup game or something like that. But the most time you knew that was our front line. And that meant that the front line that the opposition would have to either adjust to try to take that away from us or very rarely did we adjust our mindsets or our structure to change for our opposition. But which is more important to you? What would you want to see this team be? That's my question. That's my final question before we wrap up here. And this is for the chat too. Because that gives me a preface of like what is your idea of what you want for a team? Like as in, do you want to be a team that's so big and bad that teams have to change to try to take on what you have to do and go away possibly from what they do best just to incorporate what the weaknesses that they can try to pinpoint? Or do you want to have a team that can be a transformer in a sense and be able to be adjusted and adapted to our opposition? Nalante, we'll ask you first. And then we'll go counterclockwise. We'll go around the horn here. But we'll go Nalante, Jay Kismet, and then Brian to finish. Pause.
Yes, that's an excellent question, Toff, man. I mean, I've got to say, mate, we're all noticing you've been writing down today. Literally. I think I want to be the team that the changes for us. And why I say that is because what we produce on the pitch, that gets teams worried. So, for instance, as I was saying before earlier, Arsenal fans, when they saw Jota, like Arsenal fans not knowledgeable that I know, so Jota coming up, they were worried because Jota's a thorn in the side for Arsenal. He's got a good goal scoring record. So we want teams to come and say, what? Oh my God, we're going to play 3-5-2. Oh God, we might have to do a 5-4-1. They've got to change for us. And even if it changes, we've got the firepower, we've got the know-how to overpower teams. So
right.
that'll be my standpoint on that.
Okay. So you think that you want to be the team that teams change for? Okay. Right. I just want to make sure. Right. Yeah. Okay. I think that's what he said. Right. Jay Kismet, which would you want to be?
Yeah, I want teams to change for us because what happens with changes is they're not really relaxed as if they were in our position, like playing players where we want to play them. So for me, I'd rather they have to change for us. I think, like you was mentioning, Salah, Mane, and Bobby earlier, and I remember a documentary where Pep was like, them three forwards, they're dangerous, and he was like really sweating.
Oh, yes.
You remember
that was the documentary, JK. Yeah, I remember that. That was funny.
That was funny. So when you asked that question, that came to mind. So I prefer when they have to change for us, bro. Yeah.
Okay. Brian, how about you? I think I might have asked you this question before, Brian, too, but this gave me your
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah, well, look, at this level, the boys like Klopp and Pep, it's even Ange Postecoglou, he comes into Premier League, he says, I play one way, I play my way, that's it, I don't change for anybody. And that's got that kind of, it's a lot of football is like poker, you know? They're just going, nope, we're going to play the way we're going to play. And back in the day, they might have said, oh, maybe we'll drop a lad in here, we'll drop a lad in there, we'll do something different here. We'll bring on a more defensive guy on the right wing, and we'll stick our McManaman on the bench. We'll bring on, whoever it might be. It's not that. Yeah, it's rare now that guys at the top will be flexible and play match to match. Most of them now, they're really. It's basically the difference between dogmatism and pragmatism.
Mm-hmm.
Klopp is a dogmatic manager. He has one way that he plays. Pep is the same,
Right.
but
Okay.
Ancelotti is a pragmatic manager.
Deep.
No, but it's
like
just
it.
pragmatism. Ancelotti is one of the few managers that's out there that's at an elite club that will basically go, right, hang on a minute, who are we playing the weekend? Those boys, right, yeah, we're doing a 4-3-3. Lads, you're doing this, you're doing that.
Mhm.
Because these are all world-class players, and Ancelotti knows just move around, they know what to do. They're good enough.
Mhm.
Whereas you get at Barcelona, no, we play this way every single week. So
Right.
I think that it's
Yeah.
a manager question. It's a manager. So it's like, what would you prefer?
Mhm.
It's like, that would be really cool and interesting if we had a manager that was so good that we could win a Premier League by playing 3-4-1-2 one week, 4-4-2 the next, 4-4-3 the next. Like that'd be awesome to watch. Like,
Mhm.
but I mean, if you want Klopp to do that, that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. That's why we stuck with the
yeah.
4-3-3 for the most time.
Yeah, that's his thing. So if you got someone else who came in to try different things every week, like a Bielsa that was doing mad formations and it was winning you games, hey, I'm all for
Right.
that. Like,
Right. Exactly.
but it's all about these guys won't, like we were talking about earlier on, you won't get very long if you lose 3 in a row. People will be saying, "What are you doing?
What are you
need to go
doing?"
back to what works."
Yeah. Yep.
So we'd love to see that. Look, I'd love to see attacking football and mad tactics and different stuff like that guy, that's doing in Brazil and doing different things. But hey, look, we can't have it all. I don't know. But so what do I think we should be doing? I think we should, as a club of our stature, blah blah blah, we should probably have a solid kind of game plan that we don't really adjust, other than minor tweaks within that in game situations. But you will also see us go to a Man City and it's 2-0 up, and people won't realise, but they'll go and do mad. They'll do mad tactical changes.
Changing.
Yeah, they will do weird, mad stuff, but we'll always set up in the same way. We'll always set up in pretty much the same way. And
There's times we've gone to a 4-2-4. There's
cool
times we've gone to different. Yeah, I know.
It's down the list of concerns. It's sort of 3 points, winning games, all that, beating Arsenal, making them look stupid, beating Arsenal, making them look stupid again. These are important things. These are the important things. So
they are.
Most teams will have to, at best, adjust to how we play. So it's not really a thing we have to worry about too much. But look, happy days, But again, well, look, we'd all love to see a bit of tactical, jiggery pokey here and there. It's like, here, what's he doing? Oh, Trent is playing here and there. But this is again, and a lot of this inverted stuff, by the way, it's because there's no good fullbacks anymore, and there's a surfeit of there's an excess of midfielders who aren't quite good enough to cut it in midfield.
Yeah.
So they're ending up playing as fullbacks and stuff. There's hardly any decent fullbacks left out there.
They're really, a lot of these positions that you're mentioning. Yeah, you're right. There's not specialists.
Crap.
There's not many specialists. And when you do think of specialists, they're normally older in their with their CV.
Yeah, there's the likes of Zinchenko, people like that. He's a failed midfielder. Was good plays for
Paulino, or trying to think of who some of the other DMs that people have been trying to get us to get. You know, who's the other? There was another name out there, but I mean, Paulina is also like Zhao. He's or not Zhao, but Paulina is like
the guy at Fulham.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's like 28 years old though. He's like 28, 29, we'll say.
Yeah, if he costs 20 million quid and you got him on a 3-year deal, then happy days. Decent player.
But that's not what he's looking. He's not
he's
looking
not your
at
boy. He's not your next
to this
generation.
extent, he's not looking at that. That's just like there were mentions about Jake Kismet. Sorry, not Jake Kismet. Kimmich.
No, that's not going to happen. That ain't going to happen.
It's just not going to happen. You know how much money he makes? You know how much money he makes a week?
No, they're not leaving Bayern. Some of those boys, they're never leaving Bayern. Some of these boys.
Some of these players that are being mentioned from the German leagues, the amount of money they're making is astronomical when it comes to being applied towards what they're making in the Premier League. Yeah,
Bayern especially. I think they do it. Out of the whole of Germany, Bayern pay top dollar.
Yeah, only at Bayern.
Yeah, they got the money team.
Yeah, man, they're getting all the advertisement money, Adidas, this, that, and the other, and everything.
Yeah, I know. I had you being Kimmich, Jake. But yeah, a lot of these salaries are just like, you look at them. It's not even just the Bundesliga. It's La Liga too. I said this for a long time. I was like, when I was looking at a player profile that I would like to see utilized for us, especially when Manchester United were like in the running, or at least being talked as being a favorite to try to get this player to come to their team. Frankie de Jong, the guy makes like the amount of money that Frankie de Jong makes.
But that's Barcelona doing crazy stuff, man. That ain't normal. That ain't normal over there. That's why they're in the sewer. That's why they have to. I don't know. They have to fucking sell a car park every time they want to buy a player now or something. They have to. They remortgage one of the president's mother's houses or something. Like these guys, I mean, they can't spend a penny with it because of this stupid deals. This is why, like,
I'm trying to remember when this happened too. By the way, when did a Ginny play false center back in a game?
Oh, that was in the. We played a 3 at the back with Genie, Chan, and someone else in the league.
Oh, I remember that.
Was that like Europa?
No, it was in the league.
That was Brighton. We won 5-1.
Oh wow,
that was insane, man.
Brighton.
Yeah, 5-1. Yeah, we won 5-1.
I don't know who played on the right hand side of that, but I think it was Genie, Chan, and someone else. Wild.
Joe Allen.
That's wild. That is wild.
Yeah, it was. It was something crazy. Like.
Say that.
And to get a result like 5-1 though, still that is even crazier.
Cellular, and yes,
Emery Chan or Emery Can, or
you do need to know all this stuff.
I think it's Lovren in the middle of the 3, from what I remember.
We played.
That's around that era.
We played Emery Chan in a back 3 a lot, man. He played at the back for us. He's one of the slowest footballers I have ever seen in my life.
Are you talking about Emery?
That's even going back to the day. That's going back to the day. Like Emery Chan was such a throwback for me. It was like I can see what he's doing on the football because he's doing it all in slow motion. I couldn't ever understand how he got a game for us or Germany or anything like that. He was
Dortmund, yeah.
I really just want.
He's the captain of Dortmund now. I think isn't the captain?
Yeah, and you know those players, you just don't get it. I know. Look, Dustin is saying he loved him. It's just I looked at the guy. I saw Igor Biscan was all I saw.
That's a bit harsh, Brian.
I know. Brian shows violence.
Oh God, damn, Brian. Oh. Nilante, is it not a good comparison? You know it's a good comparison. You know it works as a comparison. If it wasn't for that overhead kick, man, if it wasn't for that, we may be having a different conversation. But it's just so slow. I was like, man, if you can play, I can play. Watching him, it's like, dude, if he can play, I can play.
And that's the problem I had with Jones about 2 seasons ago. He was just too slow in everything.
Sludgy.
Not sharp, you know. And
Yeah.
I think now Jones is sharp. Yesterday, man, he was running around. And I was like, wow, much improved. I think he's doing it for himself. I think he's doing it for the team as well. You know what I'm
100%.
saying?
Yeah, 100%, JK, 100%.
And when
That's
you
what it
do it for
means
the team, you're going to put shift in.
It means something. It's different. Just like you said with the local lad comment, you know, like it makes a difference. And like it does make a difference when you see it, when you hear him speak on, you know, the opportunity that he has, the understanding of the heritage and everything that's involved in the club. Those are important to me, at least, because you put a little bit more.
He knows. Yeah, no, it's
on-
massive. Look, it's massive that everybody understands. Everybody at any foot. Look, it's not just Liverpool. It's not just football. At any sport, if you're sitting there in the stands and there's a young kid that's coming out to play for your team, that's from your academy or whatever it is, it's a homegrown kid. That's always special. Always special. You know, and then for him to go on and be representing it and doing it, it's always got that extra stuff.
Yeah, for England to be able to do it.
Look, even if you're a kid from Rochdale that comes on and you're representing Rochdale and you're from their academy and you're one of their best players, the fans adore that stuff.
Yeah,
that's what you go. That's what you go to the game for. Is Real Madrid president tried to do it before the Galacticos. He said, "What's the idea here is Zidanes and Pavons." Right, so the idea was you buy Zidanes and you bring through the Pavons, and the Pavon at the time was one of their best used products because that's what fans in an ideal world want. Some of the best players in the world coming to your club, your Zidanes, your Ronaldos, and then 3 or 4 Trents, Joneses, these guys. That's the dream for people.
Yeah.
So to have a Jones in midfield, like that's what I said it to someone the other day. It's stupid. I was like, right, 6 years' time, 4 years' time, we could be looking at a spine of Kwanzaa, Trent, Jones, all homegrown. That's close to class of 92 type stuff.
Yeah, and some Scousers, for sure. Not only just homegrown, but Scousers.
Exactly, a proper Scouse spine and multicultural as well. You know what I mean? This is a multicultural new face of Liverpool.
Yeah,
Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Yeah.
Kwanzaa. I mean,
see. Go on.
In 4 years, see these boys, Kwanzaa and Trent, lifting the European Cup together. That'd be brilliant.
It could happen. I mean, it's the last Infinity Stone that Trent needs in his collection. I mean, the guy, you know, for this right back that's been much maligned about not being able to play defense, and he's not a right back, and he's not this, and he's not that. he's got a hell of a trophy case.
I don't know what you think, man. I've always said it quickly. Trent is 2 things. He's the problem and he's the solution.
There you go. That's like Allen Iverson. I like that.
How do you get him in?
But Iverson didn't win the big one, 12.
Oh, why are you gonna bring that up? I'm a Sixers fan, man.
Sorry, man. Sorry to talk about me. Compared to Iverson to Trent, another comparison to
that was just a year that I mean, he won the MVP. We had man.
Yeah.
We had the coach of the year. We had the 6th man of the year that year. Oh,
6 man, yeah.
It just so happens that Shaquille O'Neal played for the Lakers, and the guy named Kobe Bryant. That hurt. That part is difficult to go over, but all the same, I'm not going to get into the basketball. I'm not going to go too far into the basketball, but yeah, the solution and the problem, I like it, I like it a lot. Hey, I think we have a great spine. As one of the differences with this year, and I got to end the segments pretty soon, but one of the differences this year, I think, is exactly something I brought up on another podcast. Our spine is uniquely situated for winning, having the experience, having the veteran leadership that we necessarily need, and keeping the locker room in the right mindset. You know, I know it was starting. I mean, sometimes, you know, and Hendo and Millie were both, you know, they could be drill sergeants and they could bark out the orders, you know, but sometimes it just helps to refresh the boss, you know, in that locker room.
Yeah, someone else will be there shouting, don't worry.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
maybe it connects differently, or, you know, or maybe it just resonates different, you know, especially when that person that's barking the orders, whether it's Trent or whether it's Virgil, are on world. I mean, look, all due respect to Milner and to Hendo, but you would never have them stated as being on the same world-class level as a Virgil van Dijk, you know, who's been mentioned as being possibly the greatest or best, you know, defender in the world, you know, or you know, Trent being one of the best right backs in the world. You know, no one's ever really saying that about Hendo and Milner, but their contribution was important. It just helps, though. It just certainly helps when that spine of a team is Mo Salah. You know, when that spine of a team includes Virgil van Dijk, Alisson. You know, when that spine really incorporates some real solidified positions or players in that spine, it's immensely important, I think, to determining whether we have success or not. And I think it's the determinant of why we're watching Arsenal kind of like, you know, flutter a little bit, because they're relying on their spine being Jesus, Zinchenko. I know that those players have, you know, succumbed to be replaced by, you know, other names on their lineup being more, you know, synonymous with praise, but it's just in my opinion, I mean, like, those players were the difference makers in them going from pretenders to title contenders.
Milkmen.
Huh?
Milkmen.
Who else? I'll say one more time.
Milkmen. Bottling, man. Bottling. It's a bottling joke.
Yeah,
It's a joke about bottling.
Oh, I got you. I thought you were saying a player. That's why I was trying to figure out what player you're saying.
Those are the best.
Just Brian, just get them the dummy because they keep crying too much. Oh my lord, just get them the dummy to just shut them up. Honestly,
no, you're right. How many times we were told that this game was going to be a signature game for Arsenal? We were told that we weren't going to be able to do that. We were going to recognize the brilliance of Saliba and Gabriel. We were going to recognize the fact that Saka is on levels. Odegaard, again, we're going to see how Odegaard is hands down one of the best midfielders in the Prem.
Exactly. Bowler, Norwegian captain, star man, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Before you close, actually, it was funny when you just mentioned that. William freaking Saliba. Now, I'm sure all of us, we can all detest. We've heard these stupid, not even just by Arsenal's comparison. Oh, Saliba, Van Dijk. Saliba's the best defender in the Premiership. But what did he do yesterday? And let's be honest, it's not about Saliba, Van Dijk, Konate, and Saliba.
No, it's not even that. It isn't even that. Like, I said this. Sorry, I said that to you yesterday as a joke. Kind of. I was like, where are all those combined 11s now? Because
that was great. I made a comment on it. That was great. That was a great statement. Yeah.
You gotta give these people. Yeah, of course they're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. You're gonna pick your own people, but that was going on for 2 or 3 weeks at least beforehand. At least that Saliba is. It's like no. It's not like whether we're putting Saliba in the team. Oh well, obviously you're picking him ahead of Konate. It's like, oh no, I'm putting Gabriel in too. It's like, what? Right, okay. I'll give you. You know, you're an Arsenal fan, so I'll give you your Saliba pick because you're going to do that. So it'll be VVD and Saliba, right? Fine. But no.
They wanted Gabriel there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, it's the whole thing where I said it for a long time. I've never known anyone like them. As soon as they were about 4 points ahead of us in the league last season, and it was obvious that we were bad, Like, just for once, it was like, right, now we're going to get all sanctimonious and tell Liverpool fans what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Manchester City and win a league. We had to listen to it for months and months and months and months, like they've ever actually done anything. It's like they had some kind of a time machine, and they'd gone forward, and they come back, and they knew what the crack was. They have no idea what the crack is. In all the time that they've just been sitting there talking about, we won a league, we won the Champions League, they did nothing. They bought Kai Havertz, they got worse. They bought Declan Rice, they got worse. I mean, last season, they all came out from under the woodwork. They were pretending to support us when they were so far off us that it wasn't even a competition. They were pretending to support us against Manchester City, but they weren't. They just hated Manchester City.
They just hated Manchester City.
And as soon as they got and again, I looked it up yesterday, right? You know me, right? I'm really, really thorough, right? And JK, you know, I'm really, really thorough when it comes to stuff, right? I looked it up yesterday, and just to make sure, and I looked it up, they won nothing last season.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing.
I know.
Nothing.
You know what's funny?
Lectures from Arsenal fans on, this is what it takes. You want to go, Jesus Christ. We literally did it toe-to-toe. We wrote the book on what it takes to go toe-to-toe at Manchester City. These guys played in the sandpit for a few minutes, then they made a mess, and then they went home. That's it.
That's the reason why.
It.
Yeah.
And I don't know where they are this season, and they spent, 170 million just on Rice and Havertz, and they bought other players that we've forgotten about, and they've literally gotten worse. Their only player is Saka. That's all I have to say about them.
Vieira. How much did they spend for Vieira?
Like £35 million or something like that.
Because that's a player I was looking. I thought maybe we could utilize him too at the time.
Yeah, look, Timber got injured.
Timber
got injured. That's fine.
How much did they spend for Timber?
Well, he got injured, and he would have played.
That. I'm just asking.
Oh, 45 million. 45 million for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 45, another 35. So that's like another 70 million for Timber and for Vieira. You add that, that's close to 250 million that you just said right there for 4 players.
Yeah, they spend lots and lots of money on, like, nearly 200 million on Havertz and Rice.
That's how I'm saying it's just weird.
It got worse.
Brian, you know what's funny? And Latte, J. Kisner, and the chat as well, maybe you feel me on this, but what was funny to me is that, one, Arteta has been riding his FA Cup win for so long as the lone accomplishment that he's had. Okay? And I'm not taking away from the FA Cup. It's an accomplishment. Obviously, we did it when we got the double, so that's all well and good. I understand the storied history of the FA Cup. I understand that it is certainly a bigger cup when it comes to League Cup versus FA Cup, possibly because League Cup is a good majority of the League Cup is over so early in the year that it makes FA Cup a little bit more prominent, possibly than the League Cup. But
they're two different shots. Like Pep always says, it ends early in the year, so that's why managers goes for it. Because if you win a trophy early, it's a massive confidence boost.
Yes, yeah.
But the FA Cup is just a madness.
Yeah, we're going into the 4th round, and there's still 6 rounds to go, or not 6 rounds, but we got to get to the 6th round.
Yeah, the FA Cup is crazy, man. It's brilliant. You could have Manchester United getting beaten at home by a bunch of plumbers and electricians. Best competition in the world.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so with that said, to me, going into this game, knowing the fact that we drew and how they had such chest, how we've come Christmas, they were top of the league. Come New Year's, we were top of the league. For me to have knocked them out of their quote unquote tournament, the same way that we can say as Reds that the League Cup is a tournament that we own.
I'd say the European Cup, but okay, I'd go higher. Okay.
You feel? I say we own the League Cup. We're the hot. We have the most League Cups out of any team.
we have a lot of them, but we have lots of other trophies too.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah,
It's one of the trophies that we can call our trophy.
Oh yeah, we have more league trophies than most teams have combined trophies. We have crazy numbers. Like
right, and that's what I'm getting at. It'd be almost like if they knocked us out of the League Cup, maybe they would try to flex on us, like by utilizing that mind screw. But
you're right. You're right. I was going to say we've knocked them out of their best chance to win a trophy this season.
Exactly.
Basically, like
we knocked them out. We knocked them out of the tournament.
If they think otherwise, if they think they have a better chance of winning the league or the Champions League than they would win the FA Cup, no.
Forget about it.
Yeah,
we've knocked you out of your best chance.
We knocked you out of the best, like as in the whole we got bigger fish to fry. That is such BS. It's the same.
No, you don't.
You don't that they used for Europa last year.
That was
used for Europa last year.
Arsenal are like when you got neighbours who've got a nice new car, and then you got the neighbours always looking out the window to see what they got. Oh, they got a new dress now. Oh, they got a new diamond ring. And I think Arsenal, they've seen Chelsea spend the money down the road. They've seen not Liverpool spend big money, but spend money and stuff. So Arsenal have tried to do that. But what these guys don't realise is in football, it's like a guy who wins the lottery and in 1 year, 2 years, it's all gone.
He's broke. Yeah.
He's gone. He's broke. You know what I'm saying? So and I think football's like that.
That's good analogy. I might steal that analogy. That's a good one.
No problem, bro.
Why do you guys think he gets the backing? Why do you guys think Arteta? Because you were here earlier when I was talking about the way Klopp has time. Because Arteta clearly has time there. Why is he getting that time? What's special about him? Because he seems to clearly have no pressure on him. Like he's just lost twice in the league, and he lost against Fulham. He's lost against us, but there's no talk of Arteta might be out.
Maybe Arsenal are they conditioned? Maybe Brian to that. I mean, considering how long it took for them to finally give up on Wenger, and I mean, it was sad to see.
Oh, I'm just wondering what you guys.
I'm just wondering what you guys think.
I'm just wondering.
I was just thinking, at Chelsea, they won't give that guy the time because they can afford to.
Yeah, right. Poch has got at best the end of this year. If they're going to do their damnedest to try to win the League Cup.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see them in the finals because that'll be another boring 1-1. Go to penalties or something type final possibly.
Because Arteta isn't even really an Arsenal guy. Like he was at Arsenal for a while, but he was at Everton for way longer. He was at Rangers. He's more of a kind of. When I think of Arteta as a player, I think of him as Everton.
That's a shout, though, Brian. That would have been a more interesting choice for them to have picked up.
Yeah, I just don't see why he has all this love at Arsenal.
Imagine if Arteta had gone to Everton instead of Arsenal. Do you think we would have seen the same
if they gave him the money? Hell, who knows? I don't know.
Everton has been spending money. It's the reason why they got in trouble.
Yeah,
he wasn't even a great player.
Exactly. This is the other thing. He wasn't even. It's like he's not Steven Gerrard. He was mid. He was mid.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I've seen him play, bro. He was nothing special. He's like Martinez. You know Martinez, the ex-Everton manager. Same type of energy where they get the big shot, they get the big jobs. For some reason, they get the big jobs, and that's why they always fail. These guys, because they're in positions where they're not meant to be. I
think he's going off a lot of the fact that they're hoping that whatever Pep has rubbed off on him enough.
Exactly.
That
exactly what it is, man.
They just look at it. They see the structure that City have. They see the semblance of of a team, like formation, all the team structure, everything that was meant foundation pieces. They're hoping that discipline. And I mean, look, they did back him, considering that that Arteta got to go to this club, and it's one thing for Klopp to get rid of Saka, right? Saka, excuse me. But it's another thing for you to say you're going to get rid of Aubameyang, you know. But I mean, the whole reason why he has an FA Cup is because of Aubameyang.
Yeah, he's scoring for Marseille as well now.
No, I mean, like, Aubameyang won him the FA Cup that year.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he had to do with him leaving in the end. By the way, it was a bit of a mess.
Aubameyang helped his cause too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he drove himself to Barcelona literally. Like,
yeah, he wanted out. He definitely wanted out.
No, he literally drove himself to Barcelona.
But I'm just going to say Aubameyang basically is the reason why he has an FA Cup, you know, and heck, I mean, for you know how bad Gooners are sometimes.
Sorry, just interrupt.
Over here, the Gooners
just interrupt.
over here.
I'm gonna go now.
Their victory in the Community Shield, because we played them the year they won the FA Cup. We ended up playing them in the Community Shield that year, right? The following year, and we ended up losing to them, right? They ended up that was their big claim to fame for the longest time. Whenever I go up against a Gooner, they would talk about the Community Shield. I was like, okay, it's interesting. That's interesting.
Take it easy, Nolante.
Take care, bro, Nathan.
But,
yeah, I'm out. Yeah, go, guys. Yeah,
I'm gonna end it here. Nolante, do you want to say anything for your part?
No, I gotta deal with little man quickly, so I gotta go.
Cool. No worries. Thank you for joining me, brother. Definitely. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Yeah, no problem at all. Pleasure always, man. Brian, as always, JK, man. We'll
Peace,
link
bro.
up next time. Big up, man.
All right, man.
We just broke the 4-hour mark. You guys, it's always good conversations. That's what I mean.
Around the world.
I do not care if you have the same opinion as me or not. I just enjoy good conversations. I especially enjoy it when we have knowledgeable sources like Brian and Jay Kismet, Nigel. You know, I love Liverpool, Dustin, all the guys in the chat. Redbird, big up to you guys. I saw Martha. That's Marianne. Marianne Southward. I saw. I think it's something else. Sorry about that. Nigel. I just said Nigel. Vase of Flowers. Bayesian Pops LFC. We had Rasta Crab in the chat for a little while, which is big up, you know. Good conversations, man. Very good conversations, and it's always that much more enjoyable when they're after a big win, especially a win against the Gooners. Oh, it's always that much more sweeter. But thank you guys. Do you guys want to have I'll let Jay Kismet go first and go Brian, because I know Brian does some things with sideline. So I'll let Jay Kismet. Do you have a party statement for bounce out?
No, I was just going to say, nice talking to you guys tonight. And I just wanted to say, like, the energy of Liverpool talk shows compared to, say, Arsenal, Man United, total different worlds, you know. And I think it's very mature.
How about Manchester? How about even Manchester United talk shows? Oh my!
Whoa.
That's like a therapy session going. That's like a therapy session. That's like an Alcoholics Anonymous session or something. We're just hearing bad story after bad story. I'm sorry.
It's the way it is, you know. And I think like Liverpool are very mellow, very mature, and it's like the way the team is and the way the club is run. It's like very in order. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the way it should be, man. But it was great talking to you guys, Brian. Take care, bro, and also to Alf, man.
Appreciate you. Definitely appreciate you joining. Brian, do you want to give a shout out?
Just nothing in particular coming up. I can feel my cold coming back. My voice is sounding even worse.
Oh, okay. Hope you feel better.
So, yeah, I know I've been sick for about a week, but yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, see, I've lost my train of thought already. No, I just thanks for inviting me on. And yeah, brilliant to talk to everybody as usual. JK and Nolante are super sound people. So
yeah, I enjoy the conversation. for sure.
Yeah, no, and like you said, it's always great to talk after a win, and that's one of those. Yeah, just we said before the game, win it or lose it, just no replays.
Yeah,
And obviously, we wanted to win it, but that was extra special to go there and do that.
yeah.
Against Arsenal.
Against Arsenal, against these
Yeah.
Gooners that talk all the talk that they talk, you know.
Like I said, man, there's bins full of combined 11s all over London.
All over.
Just full of them.
All over. Because at the moment, I don't see how really any of those names get into combined 11s with the performances that we've seen in the last 7 weeks from Arsenal. I mean, realistically. But hey, long may it continue for our Gooner fans, our Gooners out there. Long may it continue with you supporting Arteta and his one FA Cup and
He'll get his
Shield.
own Lego. He'll get his own Lego movie soon. Don't worry. He'll get his own
There you
Lego
go.
movie soon.
That'll be good. That'll be good. He'll be taken down by the Batman Lego or something like that. And then he'll take off the mask and it'll be Klopp in the Batman Lego. No, but seriously, thank you both to Brian. Thank you to Jay Kismet. Thank you to Nolante, obviously. Thank you for everyone in the chat rocking with us for as long as you did. I know I was only going to come on here for 90. Ended up going 4 hours, Maybe that goes to my Ethiopian roots that I'm good at marathons here. So maybe that's it. But all the same, I appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a break in the content, or in games at least, until Wednesday. So tomorrow I will do a preview, and then it's back to it, guys. Let's get this semifinal, right?
Yeah, man.
Why not? Hey, why not? And then we can all enjoy our winter break and just talk trash on other teams. How about that? But until then, until tomorrow, same time, same place, just like Batman, same time, same place, right? Same bat channel. How's it go? Same bat time, same bat channel, right? Is that how it goes?
Yeah, and like Bayesian Barnes always says, tell a friend to tell a friend.
There you go. Little P. Diddy in the house. See you tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m. UK time. If you guys are around, would love to hear what you guys think about the lineups, what's your ideas of what we're going to do against Fulham. But until then, I wish you all the best. I want you to make sure that you guys take care of yourselves and continue to take care of the others around you, especially your loved ones, other Reds. Let's just continue to walk together on this path towards silverware glory. And until then, hey, peace.
Peace.